Yo, can y'all hear me? I'm back, fools. What will you be talking about, Nums? What's up, Philist? I'll be talking about everything. I'll be talking about anything and everything. Just make sure I got everything set up as usual. I'm pretty sure everything is fine. What up, Not Toguru? Alright, yeah, there you go. There you go. Okay. I see it on my phone as well. Alright, just making sure that, I am indeed alive. It's been a hot minute, so give me a minute. Oh, shoot. Ugh. My freaking mic screwing me over as well. What's up, y'all? It's been a hot minute, obviously. A little bit too long, if you ask me as well. Definitely not my intention, but you know how things be like, as usual. Giving people a quick minute to get in. Alright, cool. Oh, man, it's been a hot minute. How does work goes? Pretty good. Thankfully, it's been calming down quite a bit now that summer is starting to end. So I can finally focus a bit more on making videos for once. And speaking of which, I'm actually curious. So yesterday I just posted a poll as to who should be next. Let me put it on screen real quick. Yeah. Oh, snap. Okay, so at the moment, Yamoshi is winning by quite a bit, apparently. Okay. Alright, alright. But y'all still got time to vote, so if you don't know about this already, make sure to put your vote in. Maybe you can up the scale for Lord Shield or Olibu or whatever. Yeah, that's gonna be its own extra content video that I want to do. Because as I promised a while back, I will do a Pikkon video, and I'm not gonna hide that fact. It's about time the boy gets some representation, but I do want to do another extra video when I drop the Pikkon video, so make sure to vote. If you don't want a Yamoshi video, you want something else. Or hey, maybe you do want a Yamoshi video, I'll do that too. So there you go. Heck yeah. So what's the agenda today? Well, I got some ideas. For one, I could react to Seth's Broly video because I'm not gonna lie, I've always wanted to react to that video. And I know it's gonna get some people riled. I was like, what? The numbers said Broly? What? So I could do that. I could react to that video from Seth. Or I could react to another Power Scalers video. There was one that kind of intrigued me. My boy Zeta did his own definitive, quote-unquote, GT power scaling video. I have not seen that. I could watch that. And then I remember in another Discord server, something riled me up was Saiyan Scholar's Super Saiyan video, the grade 4 multiply, which I was like, oh, not again. I was like, oh, why, man? So I could react to that as well. Otherwise, yeah. What's up, Dangan? How are you gonna power scale a character who we know nothing about except he got beaten after getting Super Saiyan God? Oh, you'll learn. You'll find out. To be fair, it is an extra video, so again, it's not gonna be like a huge, um, like 20-minute video, but that's kind of the point. So if you just so you know, it's not gonna be like super like, oh man, groundbreaking scaling, but I do think there's some nuance that people are kind of missing out or never considered a bit. Donga, what's up, bro? Can you please not spam so much? Goku solos. Yes, he does. He solos everyone. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah. Much. I'm very grateful, everyone, for the support for the Evolution Goku video. I had to get him off my bucket list. I was like, low key, doing that video was kind of like a good time for me to self reflect because, bro, it was such a like drag to do that video. You have no idea how much I was like emotionally into that project just because of like how negative it was towards the product. So yeah, but I'm just glad I could get that out of the way and just move on because I finally got that drive again. I want to do more videos and I finally got that energy back. So I'm finally glad I can move on from that. I would rather see Dr. Jiro's door being power scaled than one that Tien and Krillin struggled with. Oh man, yeah, that's true. All right, so 10 minutes in. So I don't know which one I want to do first. I don't know if I should react to Set's video or if I should react to Zeta's GT scaling or Saiyan Scholar's video because I don't know. Okay. I think I'm just gonna. The first one I want to react is Zeta's GT scaling because I did briefly talk to him, but I didn't really be like, hey, this is how you should do your video. Like, nah, I was just more like a bounce back and forth a bit towards a little bit of things. But I definitely want to see what is his thoughts on the matter. So I'm gonna react to that because I'm very curious. Let me stop the music. Okay. Dang, it's an hour long? Oh, snap. Okay. Oh, gosh. Alright. Alright. So, I am very curious. The reason why I want to watch this is because it's GT. Alright? Y'all know I have huge beef with GT power scalers. They just do not know how to power scale GT. And it's kind of frustrating because it's like, I have no issues with hyping up GT. It's just that they're not doing it the right way. It's like it's like a amateur boxer thinks they know how to fight, but an actual professional boxer is like, no, dude, you're supposed to keep your guard up. No, you're not supposed to drop your guard down. No, what are you doing? Stop wasting energy. It's like, oh, it's like he does have the capacity to be a good boxer, but he just doesn't know how to do it. And it's like, gosh dang it. So that's why I'm curious what he has to say, because I generally don't know what is like the full thoughts of the scope of GT. So let's just get on to it. 1 hour is long, so let's go.
It's no longer required.
Oh, and if the audio is a little bit too low, y'all can tell me to raise it up a little bit.
Is that so? Yes. I planned for the punch of flavor to jog my sleepy mind, but it's this full-bodied explosion that's done the trick. Now I see him clearly. The ultimate fighter waiting to be awoken. His power will keep me suitably entertained. Now
And also, I know that my internet and computer's not that great, so it might be buffering here and there, but as long as y'all know where I'm at, then that's all that matters.
which has a name. Then by all means, let's hear it. What was it? It starts with an S. I know that much. A super something, I think. Yes, Super Saiyan God. A Super Saiyan God? Are you sure? I think. Or is that wrong? And now I'm forgetting it again. That's the trouble with visions. They're too slippery. All right then. Hold on.
Oh, snap. That would be pretty cool, not gonna lie, if Beerus was thinking of like GT Goku. That would be pretty cool. What the frick?
You niggas in trouble.
Okay.
How strong is Dragon Ball GT? Dragon Ball GT, one of the most controversial shows in all of Dragon Ball history, is one of the most debated subjects within the entire fandom, and the power
Yes.
scaling is no different from this.
Oh, yeah.
It's really debated on how strong it actually is. Are they galaxy level and not even Battle of Gods Goku level? Are they on the level of Super? Or are they beyond Outer Versal and even stronger than Dragon Ball Super? In this video,
It's not, by the way.
I will be giving you guys a full in-depth explanation for how strong Dragon Ball GT actually is, and you will see other creators collabing with me in this video as the video progresses.
Oh, really?
I'll also be comparing the GT power scaling to Super's power scaling so you guys get a full grasp on how strong these guys actually are as a realistic comparison. Without further ado, let's find out how strong Dragon Ball GT actually is. No more bullshit. No more downplay. This is the truth of Dragon Ball GT.
All right.
To understand the story
Okay.
of Dragon Ball GT, the first thing we would have to do is understand what occurs within its timeline, because
Yeah.
it's actually commonly debated on what is canon to GT, and the more things that are canon to GT, the stronger Goku is going to be logically, because he would have all of the stats and events from before.
Yes.
So to truly understand GT, we would need to understand what GT is in the first place. GT by Toei Animation is
I thought Heroes is more controversial. It's kind of. Speed it up one. Yeah, sure, why not? Oh, hold on.
expansion of the
I'm messing up. All right. Horin just made a video clashing peak GT Goku against. Oh yeah, that I already saw before. Yeah.
Dragon Ball Z series, and was continued by Akira Toriyama himself, who approved the continuation
Yes, Toriyama is the one who continued GT. He's the one who personally allowed the staff to do. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
of GT. This would mean that GT is canon to Dragon Ball Z. However, people will try to argue that it's a side story as a sort of justification, when this is completely invalid, because a side story doesn't necessarily have to mean a separate continuity. Side stories most often refer to subplots that are used to supplement or support the main story. It doesn't really have to be a freaking separate plot. That doesn't make any sense, especially with what is commonly considered a side story. It would be the burden on these people to prove that side story must mean it's a separate timeline or a separate continuity. So yes, it is 100% and absolutely certain that Dragon Ball GT is in fact canon to Dragon Ball Z at the bare minimum. The next topic
At the bare minimum. All right, that's perfectly fine. And it's more like nitpicky, but I mean, technically, it could be both. It could be another timeline, and it's like the actual timeline of the anime. It doesn't really matter, but I get where he's coming at, so that's fine.
go forward on is if the Dragon Ball Z movies are canon to GT. Well,
Oh,
the
boy.
answer is actually yes and no, because some movies are actually canon and some are not.
Oh,
But
boy.
How do you know which ones are canon and which ones aren't? Well, it's actually quite simple. The Daizenshuu actually explains that some of these movies just cannot happen and exist entirely in a different timeline.
The inconsistent pointed out are actual true contradictions that conflict with the anime and not basic plot consistency. Yeah,
Or a
sure.
different dimension, as they say within the guidebook. And the ones that are not labeled as a different dimension would logically be canon. And some of the movies actually do appear on the Daizenshuu time.
Just because some movies don't show up on time on the board doesn't mean they're not canon. That's an argument from silence fallacy. Blah blah blah. What remains the fact that makes distinction? Okay, so it's
Timeline board, which would mean that these movies are actually canon. In fact, the Daizenshuu timeline is in context to one universe, which is referring to the main Dragon Ball universe. So if these movies are appearing on a timeline for the main Dragon Ball universe, then some of these movies are canon. Examples of movies that are not canon are some.
the issue is that he says the main Dragon Ball universe, but it's like, but is the issue is that like, okay, we're talking about GT though. Are we arguing that GT is the main universe? Because it's not. I mean, because there's you technically all of them are quote unquote main universes. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of. But I know what he's trying to get at. It's just that's try not to generalize a bit. Mr. Anonymous, what's up?
Like Broly, Tree of Might, Fusion Reborn, etc., etc. And some movies that are actually canon are the Cooler movies and Garlic Jr., as well as Bojack. Oh, and let's definitely not forget Wrath of the Dragon, which is
no, no, not the. No, but the Dragon Fist knows. But the Dragon Fist. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. Let him finish his points and then I'll respond.
most consistent movie of the bunch to appear in GT because Goku knows the Dragon Fist and Videl has her Saiyaman 2 outfit, which first appeared in the Wrath of the Dragon movie.
Okay, I gotta respond to that. So just because something appears first doesn't apply to another continuity. Like, you can use that logic for other things. Like, hey, did you know that Goku appeared in the movies first before GT existed? So the movies are more canon to GT, therefore GT's not canon. Or like, oh, well, Heroes appeared before Daima, so Heroes is more canon than Daima. It's like, that doesn't work. I'm pretty sure that is a fallacy, like first come first served type of fallacy. I don't know. What's up, Hideki? Yeah, knows the fusion dance. I don't like counting Wrath of Dragon. Yeah, I'll get to that a bit more. Let me continue on, but.
One thing I almost forgot to mention is that Cooler appears in GT, which justifies the other thing I said about Cooler being in the Daizenshuu timeline just being more consistent, yada yada yada. Also, I don't know why I have to explain Garlic Jr. being canon. I think I'm just doing this to fill out the video, but he has his own filler arc. I think you can let this one slide if you're a down player trying to debug my video as much as possible. Before I get to the next point, one thing I do want to cover about Fusion Reborn is that it is a little ambiguous if it actually is canon to GT. Now, I do know that the Daizenshuu does mention Fusion Reborn being labeled as a different dimension.
Does it? I don't recall that being stated. From what I've done a lot of research on Janemba. I don't recall that explicitly stated. Maybe it's implied, but like explicitly, not really.
But perhaps maybe the Dragon Ball staff retconned it being a different dimension in GT because it's very likely to, put that into question because we know that Vegeta has the same mistake that he has.
Post edit note, this is context to an NGT mistake, not Future Reborn.
In Fusion Reborn, as well as the fact that Gogeta has his same outfit, and the fact that, the Dragon Box actually uses a picture...
Again with this source. Oh, no, okay, let me finish. Sorry.
Transformations timeline to suggest that Fusion Reborn actually happened in GT. Perfect Files 2 also implies that Gogeta in Fusion Reborn is the same one as GT, but it has been interpreted as just media releases before.
Yes.
But to kind of support the other claim is that they have a legit linear arrow, kind of, like slightly implying it, but you can just take it or leave it there. So, I guess it would kind of be okay to say that Fusion Reborn did actually happen in Z, retroactively changing that it used to be a separate continuity, but now it's back within the main Dragon Ball Z story. Some people will try to argue that the movies...
Okay, so he in his own videos is also kind of like, maybe it's kind of canon, but we don't know, so, well, that's the issue. Is like, if you yourself don't even know if it's acceptable or not, then it's probably just best not to include it at all, because that's kind of like a confirmation bias at that point. It's like, well, we don't know, but for the sake of simplicity, let's just add it in. It's like, no, like, why should we give you, like, if I was in the argument, I would be like, no, why should I give you this point? No, I would still ask, why should I allow you to consider this? Because you use that same argument for a versus debate, right? Like, you put character A with character B, and they say, my opponent says character B is speed of light, I will ask them, why should I allow you to assume that is acceptable? If they cannot prove they are in fact speed of light, they cannot use it. So likewise, if they cannot officially, like grounded, certified, stamp of approval, confirm Fusion Reborn is canon, then no, drop the Fusion Reborn scaling out of GT. So to be like, maybe not. It's like, Even I know in my videos I've done that too, but that's only because for the sake of highballing, like literally just for the sake of hyping up a character. Because I don't know, there's fans out there that just really like to overhype things, but like consistently, very like based on consistent evidence, no, this should not just be applied by default.
cannot happen because of their inconsistencies, but this is just a Nirvana fallacy. fallacy. Just because a story has inconsistencies
Nirvana fallacy, comparing a realistic solution with idealized one. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
does not make it not canon, as these stories were legit created and made with the intent to be canon. It's just that there is nothing that actually contradicts them from being canon to the main story. Sure, they can be inconsistent, but it's not an actual true contradiction within the three laws of logic. The last arc.
No. You can. It can still be canon on the brand of Dragon Ball, but because the staff never explicitly say which canon, well, then that's just another confirmation bias and generalization. Because, like, for example, there's GT, there's Daima, there's Heroes. People forget Dragon Ball Online is a thing. Heck, he brings up Fusion Reborn. Well, did you guys forget that Shin Budokai 1 and 2 does its own adaptation of Fusion Reborn? So, if we're talking about the whole, oh, it's supposed to be canon, it's like, okay, then what do we do with Shin Budokai? Is Shin Budokai more canon than the original Fusion Reborn? Or is Fusion Reborn more canon than Shin Budokai? You get what I'm saying? Like, it's a bit of a... It's at that point, it's just a bit of bias at that point. A lot of mental gymnastics. I'll be like, well, this Janemba is more Janemba than this Janemba. It's like, you're gonna say it's kind of... Can you turn up the volume up? I can barely hear. Oh, no problem. I got you. But yeah, you get the idea. I don't know. I'm not really...
argument that people try to make is where Goku in GT says that he only went to Hell once as a way to debunk Fusion Reborn or any movie regarding Hell as canon, but this argument is really bad because Goku is saying that he fell down once. The other times where he's went to Hell are through teleportation or pure speed to actually travel there, which isn't necessarily falling down.
That's... No, hold on. Okay, first of all, he literally says, this is Hell. It brings back some memories, and come to think of it, I fell down here once a long time ago. So he's literally emphasizing the first time he went to Hell, as in Snake Way during the Saiyan Saga. And another thing is that why is he referencing Hell like, oh, I've never seen Hell like this before? You know, that kind of energy. And it's like, bro, assuming all... Okay, again, I'm giving the benefit of the doubt. Goku went to Hell to stop Broly for the Bio Broly movie. And then before that, when he met Pikkon, he stopped Cell in Hell. And then in Fusion Reborn, he went to Hell. So 3 times he went to Hell in a more recent, like, point of time. Yet the first example he brought up of visiting Hell is from the Saiyan Saga. That does not make any sense for him to be like, oh yeah, I remember Hell 20 years ago. It's like, no, he should have been like, oh yeah, I remember I fought Janemba in Hell a few years ago. That's what he should have said, but he clearly didn't. So that's why I never like that people try to argue that, oh, but he mentions him falling. It's like, no, he's very explicit about him visiting Hell specifically. So, that does not work.
Only went to Hell once as a way to debunk Fusion Reborn or any movie regarding Hell as canon, but this argument is really bad. Teleportation or pure speed to actually... This would just mean that Goku forgot the events that were in the past. It doesn't mean those events suddenly stop existing.
Wait, whoa, hold on. I gotta one-time speed that thing.
Mean that necessarily falling down. And also, even if we were to grant this, right, that this would just mean that Goku forgot the events that were in the past. It doesn't mean those events suddenly stop existing. Like, let's say I say...
What? So, wait. So he's literally saying that, okay, I'm gonna assume that Goku just straight up forgot the events, but we're gonna still apply it? What? That does not... No. You can use that logic for anything. It's like, oh yeah, Goku forgot how to go Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue, and Ultra Instinct. Vegeta forgot Ultra Ego. Gohan forgot Beast Mode. But Super is still canon to GT. They just forgot. But it's okay. It's still canon, so we could apply the super scaling to GT. It's like, no, that's not how it works. You can't do that. No, that's a fallacy. There's so many fallacies just from that one statement. Oh my goodness. And we're only 5 minutes in. Oh, come on, Zeta. No. He's missing the plot, bro.
That I only went to my friend's house once, but I went there multiple times. That doesn't mean space and time magically contradict each other, and now those other events no longer existed.
Well, I mean, we are talking about Dragon Ball where, you know, like in Super, they erase timelines. In other video games, they straight up, like, change timelines. So, I don't think that's also a good example to use for this context. I'm just saying.
So this argument is just a load of buns, and you should never use this to try to debunk GT, or you just don't know how logic works.
Okay, I want to counter, but I'll just let this slide. I don't want to be mean. I'm trying to be nice, but let's just move on.
I don't really know why we have to prove the Z movies are canon to make GT stronger when...
Because they aren't. And also, you don't need to rely on the Z movies to make GT scaling impressive. If the fact that you can scale, like, say, the Z manga on its own and still be insanely powerful, then why can we not use the same method for Super, GT, Daima, etc.? Obviously, the only reason why people want to is for the sake of a biased comparison. To be like, no, GT must be stronger than Daima, Super, etc. because of my emotions, but my feelings, I don't know, my agenda or whatever. So, yeah, no.
There are statements of Z characters having superiority or relativity to characters from the Z movies, such as Vegito being stated to be stronger than Gogeta in multiple sources.
Oh, really? That's actually pretty cool. I've never seen that scan before, but that's fine.
And even if you want to grant that one V-jump statement that implies that Gogeta would win, that doesn't really matter because the scan also implies the relative with certain conditions if it's a short battle or a long battle. This would mean that all of the feats from Fusion Reborn and weaker movies would apply to Vegito and would apply all the way to Dragon Ball Z going into Dragon Ball GT.
No. We cannot apply the feats because of different scaling via different timelines. Just because two timelines are similar in scaling doesn't immediately imply they must be applicable to one another. It's like, oh, well, imagine if I did that for anything else. It's like, oh, well, Godzilla is planet level and Goku is planet level. So surely at a certain point, Godzilla is also multiversal level because at one time he was comparable to Goku at a previous point. It's like, no, that's an association fallacy.
Well, the movies being canon doesn't actually do anything at all because the lore of the movies and the explanations that the movies give for certain things are actually canon, as it's stated to explain the unexplained and be quote-unquote what-if events. And finally, the most controversial
Yeah, but just because they're what-if events doesn't mean the lore has to be applicable to the lore of GT. Again, a great example is Daima. We see Daima's own version of Super Saiyan 4, and frankly, Super Saiyan 4 of that Daima version is hella weak compared to GT. So it's like, are we gonna downplay GT Super Saiyan 4 just because of Daima? No, they're both using the same concept but executing it differently. Or, you know what, just look at Super. There's the manga and the anime version of Super Saiyan Blue. Frankly, the anime version has a better blue form. But are we going to downplay it just because of the manga version? No. Their own timelines, their own concepts apply differently, and we should apply it as such. That's how it should work. Is there any concrete evidence that all the movies aren't canon to GT? I mean, yeah, just look at the guidebooks, watch the movies. It's a lot of times people assume they are just because of association fallacy, but they pretty much aren't. There is some like leeway as to like maybe if you squint your eyes, but realistically they aren't.
Movies being canon is Battle of Gods and Resurrection F being canon to GT.
Oh no, Zeta, what are you doing?
Not to be confused with their Dragon Ball Super versions, which will require an entirely different video of me explaining why Dragon Ball Super is canon to GT. The first few points to prove that this is the case is the fact that there are multiple consistent timeline boards placing Battle of Gods and Dragon Ball GT in the same timeline, such as the Chosetsu 4 timeline and the
that's again with the Chosetsu timeline. Oh my gosh.
World of Dragon Ball timeline from the 2013 exhibit. Xenoverse 2 dialogue also
Oh, Zetaverse? Why are you using Zetaverse? Zetaverse is not anime. It's not even movies. What are you doing? What? Oh my gosh. What are you doing? What are you doing? like again, if Zeta was just straight up like, you know what? Let's just use composite lore. Like, just use every source imaginable into a weird pseudo-composite GT lore and scaling. fine. That is perfectly fine because you're literally using everything as in a what if GT was canon to everything, right? But if the fact you're trying to establish whether GT is a standalone canon or only related to the anime, then you should not be able to bring up anything else beyond the scope of that. Like, imagine if I said Goku from Curse of the Blood Rubies is canon to Fortnite Goku. Everyone would be like, what? What is Numbers talking about? It is like, and that's the point I'm trying to get at. It's like, why are we trying to use Xenoverse lore / canon and apply it to GT anime? Like, what? That's why it just doesn't work that way. And also, if we're going to be using gameplay dialogue, you do know that in Fighters, there's literally dialogue of like Vegito Blue scaling beyond GT, or even like Yamcha, like no diffing Broly and Beerus and stuff, or Goku Black beating up Beerus. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it gets to that point of like, you know what I'm saying? Or like Sparking Zero, like Arale could beat up Beerus. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's not good argumentation at that point.
Shows interactions with GT Goku and Beerus, with GT Goku explicitly stating that it has been a while since the last time he has met Beerus. There's even an interview with Toriyama and Nakatsuru where Nakatsuru points out how Dragon Ball GT has already filled out the events of the future, so Toriyama would have to make a story in the past to continue making Dragon Ball.
Hold on. After all, if you're going to make a new story without any difficulty, you have to rewind time a bit and to tell a story somewhere in the past or something. He's just saying, no, he's just talking about it in a general sense. He's not really talking about GT in particular.
Content in which Toriyama actually agrees.
Rather than continue on strangely into the future or digging deeper, I'd rather develop in like a separate episode. And also, this, even if I were to, if this was to Steelman the argument, it doesn't matter. Daima is a perfect example. Toriyama, everyone agrees, or okay, not everyone. Like 70% of the fans who actually knows how to use logic agree that Daima is not canon to Super. It's at best canon to the Z manga, and that's about it. And guess what? That's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. So, this argument doesn't work either.
This would imply that Dragon Ball GT has already filled up the temporal events of the future. This would have to mean that GT takes place in the same timeline as Battle of Gods.
No, it doesn't. It does not need to.
Pretty consistent, right?
Nope.
However, according to Dragon Ball Super fans, this shit is not actually true in any way whatsoever, and there's people who actually believe that Battle of Gods is not canon to GT for the silliest of reasons, which I will go over. Let's get into it. The first reason is quote-unquote Goku doesn't use his god forms in GT, or there is no mention of anything in Battle of Gods or Resurrection F, so that...
And what's wrong with that? Literally, what's wrong with that? You can use that for any... You can apply that logic for every other point of time throughout the Z or Dragon Ball in general, and that's a perfectly valid explanation to be like, yeah, it just doesn't happen. Like, I don't understand why we are perfectly fine with Dragon Ball having infinite multiverse timelines, yet for some reason we just cannot apply the same logic for GT in its own like specific iteration presentation. I don't get why people keep doing that.
Therefore, they are not canon to GT. But not only is this an argument from silence fallacy, but this is just straight up wrong, because there's actually an in-lore explanation for why Goku doesn't use the god forms, as well as a consistent explanation for why there is no god forms in GT. The in-lore explanation is actually confirmed by the Toei website, which confirms that Goku cannot let out as much power as he wants to, meaning that the most logical and simple reason for why we don't...
Hold on, what? Goku couldn't, at least as he wanted, but it's implied to get better the more the story advances. But yeah, but the note literally says as the story advances he would have, and also even then, not a lot of scenarios he didn't even need to use his full power. Like, it didn't literally did not. It's not until he fought Baby that he actually had to use his true power. So, but even then, it's like, why? Why do we need Super to be canon to GT just for GT to happen? It doesn't need to happen, and the story can work as is. Like, and also, again, I want to go back to Daima, because Daima also has Super Saiyan 4 in it. So why... you can use the same logic for Super. Okay, well, Daima happened before Super, so why didn't Goku use Super Saiyan 4? Oh, well, because Goku didn't use as much power as needed. It's like, no, it just isn't canon to Super. That's a perfectly simple explanation for this timeline.
Goku cannot let out as much power as he wants to, meaning that the most logical and simple reason for why we don't see these god forms is because Goku can't. And at the very end of the baby saga is when he's able to regain his full strength. Someone could try to quote-unquote loophole my statement and say, oh, but then why doesn't he use the god forms at that specific point? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because the fact that
Okay, hold on.
he just gained Super Saiyan 4 not too long after this. As for the consistent explanation, the god forms were not a concept back in 1996 and 1997, but that does not mean that GT is not canon.
Did he not just... What? Did he not just confirmation bias again? So it's like, oh, well, the concept didn't exist, but we're still going to apply it regardless? So we're just going to completely ignore author intentions and just the entire narrative of GT just because, oh, but retcons and meta influences is like, seriously?
Because the problem with this argument is that it ignores the fact that the timeline actually allows them to even be connected in the first place.
Okay, so it's only been 10 minutes, so I think I'm just going to go back and explain a few things as to why a lot of what he's saying is wrong. Hold on, let me get a sip real quick. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. So, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah, I already talked about that. Oh, yeah, I already talked about that. Yeah, this part. Okay, so, again, just because he uses a technique does not mean it's canon. A great example. Manga Super Goku uses the Hakai. Anime Goku does not use the Hakai. So, if in the future Goku from the Super Anime uses the Hakai, does that mean the manga is retcon to be canon just like the anime? No. He just can use a technique. That is the simplest down-to-earth answer you can possibly have. And it works. Another great example. Because, again, it's association fallacy by default. Because he's assuming that the technique must be exactly one-to-one to what is being used in Wrath of the Dragon. But that's not always the case. I'm not saying it can't. It's just that based on the evidence provided, it's not. Great example, Broly. Broly is a character in concept. And guess what? He used by Koyama, and yet he's used again in concept by Toriyama. So does that mean that Koyama's concept of Broly is no longer valid? No. It is still canon via different dimensions, different timelines, whatever word you want to use. But that doesn't mean that Toriyama is any less canon. In fact, it's just as canon as Toei/Koyama Broly. So likewise, just because GT Goku uses the Dragon Fist doesn't mean anything. Goku uses the Dragon Fist in several video games. He uses it in Heroes. Does that make a lot of these other products more or less canon towards one another? No. That doesn't matter. Using a technique doesn't matter at all. That's why I just never like people using this argument. And also, he brought up Videl using the Great Saiyaman suit. It's like, seriously? Do I gotta argue that, oh, hey, did you know that multiverse theory, there's millions, billions, infinite timeline versions of Videl? Do we really need an explanation as to why Videl becomes Great Saiya Woman, Saiyaman 2, whatever? Like, come on now. What do you think of Unidynamic Goku? It's okay. It's a little bit highball, but it is what it is. Oh yeah, Cooler. Just because Cooler is canon doesn't mean anything. Like, literally, like what? 13 movies and only one of them is canon. Whoop-de-doo. Cooler scaling is not gonna upscale GT Goku, if at all. So, who cares? Literally, it doesn't matter. And likewise with Garlic Jr., he doesn't have any relevance past his own movie. Even including the anime filler, which I will explain when I do a video for Garlic's movie, but it literally doesn't matter. What else was gonna be brought up? Oh yeah, this part, he assumes that just because of dialogue that it must be an indirect reference towards a past film, but it's like, no. Goku's literally just saying, hey, you messed up. And also, I can use that logic against him. Hey, did you know that Piccolo uses similar dialogue in Super Broly? So is GT canon to Super Broly just because Piccolo points out Vegeta messed up the finger position for the fusion dance? No, it's literally just them messing up a fusion dance. It doesn't matter. And also, yeah, he himself acknowledged this, but he just says that it could be the movie Gogeta canon to GT, or he's just saying that in terms of design or whatever he said is being applied. And it's like, yes, it's just for the sake of promotional material. Again, Goku, just if there's a magazine that says, hey, Goku from, you know what? Yeah, it's great. It's like that. Imagine if Goku is promoted in a magazine and it's like, oh, he first appeared in 1984 in the manga and now he's in the big screen as an Evolution Goku. Is anyone going to really argue that Evolution Goku is now canonically the manga version of Goku? No, that is stupid. And also, he should know, Zeta should know that there is a different Gogeta in Super. So we're going to have to argue that Super is also canon because of Gogeta being in the movie, but then also canon to Fusion Reborn, but then also canon to GT. It's like, there's too many mental gymnastics for that to make any sense. It is stupid. No. Yeah, I think that's most of it. Oh yeah, the stupid timeline. Again, does people not understand how timelines works when written? Like, do you not understand? Like, have you not seen timelines for like Pokemon? Like, you know, there's like a museum to be like, hey, here's when the company was founded, and here's where Pokemon is. It's a mega corporation. Or Star Wars. Hey, here's Star Wars when it came out in theaters in 1980 something. Here's where Star Wars is now. Marvel, DC, Doctor Who. There's so many franchises with a huge history of products, games, movies, merchandise, and they're just generalizing the brand, the business side, the whole overall arching world building of the verse. That doesn't mean it's indirectly proving an official canonical storyline, because I even told people this before. In this timeline, where's Dragon Ball Online? Where is Xenoverse? Where the heck is Heroes? Where the heck is Shin Budokai? Where the heck is every other video game in there that existed prior that has several what-if scenarios that are just as canon as the official timeline? Why are those not included? Why are neither the movies included, except for 2? And yet we're just going to assume that they did happen in one timeline? What? It's so stupid, man. What up, Tortoise? When are we going to get Z Broly to Zeno Broly? Eventually. Oh, yeah. And it's only 10 minutes, bro. It's only been 10 minutes. We haven't even started the actual scaling of GT, bro. And then Chozenshu, again, it's a... Okay, again, as a reminder, guys, Chozenshu is a grand overview of the franchise. Chozenshu guidebooks goes over the movies, the mangas, and the animes, and other minor extra material like games and stuff. Like Hot Shock and whatnot. It's literally just a grand overview of the franchise. It's not officially like standing that it is in fact justifying some weird canon. In fact, it doesn't even make sense. Why is the Chozenshu contradicting other timelines? There's a different timeline in Heroes. There's a different timeline in that Tokyo Museum, whatever. There's a different timeline in Daizenshu. There's a different timeline within, I think, Toei's own Dragon Ball website. So it's like which timeline at this point is more canonical, you know? That's why I hate when people are like not using their actual brains for this.
Byproduct of them not knowing that they're gonna make new.
I already talked. Wait, did I even? No.
Use Super Saiyan Blue Evolution to stand a better chance. And as for the silly Daima fans, I don't even think your story is canon to Dragon Ball Super, but even just assuming that it is, why doesn't Goku go Super Saiyan 4 in Dragon Ball Super? It's quite...
Oh my gosh. So, not only is he aware that Daima is not canon to Super, he even uses the logic that Super Goku cannot use Super Saiyan 4 because it's not canon. Yet he doesn't use that same principle to GT and Battle of Gods. I'm not crazy, right, guys? He literally said in his own video, oh, Battle of Gods must be canon to GT, even though Goku in GT never uses Super Saiyan God. But he then also says, oh, well, Daima's not canon to Super, and even if it was, why isn't Goku using Super Saiyan 4? It's like, that's so hypocritical, bro. Come on now, bro. Like...
Simple, right? Then you're starting to notice the problems that this bad writing element of not using forms is pretty consistent. The same arguments also kind of apply with other things like why doesn't Beerus or Whis show up in Dragon Ball GT, but that same argument is like saying because Launch doesn't show up in Dragon Ball Super, then therefore Dragon Ball Super isn't canon. The existence of Beerus...
No, that's a false equivalence, bro. That's straight up a false equivalence.
Or Whis, or just the appearance of them is not necessary for something to be canon or not. The next argument comes from people saying, oh, but Xenoverse is just a game, so you can't use game statements to justify your claim. But this argument ignores the point for why we do this. Because the thing is, right, games are actually based off of the anime. So if games are based off of the anime, that means that they're...
What? Why are we prioritizing the anime? Isn't it technically the manga that's first priority? What?
Scaling or logic is going to apply to the games. For example,
If you're not basing it off the anime, then it's not a Dragon Ball game at all. What? This point is secondary evidence. If a game is way too contradictory, it should not be taken as valid parallel scaling. Zeta, what are you doing, bro? What are you doing? So he himself acknowledged that, okay, the games are valid to use because it's based off the anime, but if the game is too contradictory, it should not be canon because it's not based on the anime. But but it's like, wait, but did you know that, for example, Fighters is more so based off the anime, but then Daima's more based off the manga, and even Online is based off the manga? So is Online not canon, even though it's literally written by Toriyama? And then did you forget that in the anime, that GT and other sources prioritize the anime version of Future Trunks special rather than Toriyama's own manga? It's like, does he not? Come on, man. Zeta, what are you doing, man? What's up, what's up? I'm sorry. I'm still trying to keep up with the chat. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh. There's too many contradictions. He's literally going against his own logic. I'm like, bro, that's why you can't. If you're going against your own logic, it's no longer valid. You're already contradicting yourself. So therefore, any claims or proof of evidence you're using to justify your stance is no longer applicable. That's why I'm just like, bro, what are you doing?
that Vegeta is Goku's rival in the anime, so he's going to be Goku's rival in the games, which is something that you'd at least have to agree with, given how Dragon Ball games even work in the first place. They're based off the anime, dude. So if they're based off the anime, and GT Goku is knowing who Beerus is casually, then there is a parallel relationship within the anime that GT Goku would know Beerus. Skeptics will also try to argue that the timeline connecting GT and Battle of Gods is just a take-place timeline, just showing where the events take place in chronological.
I mean, yeah, it takes place in its own timeline. There's several other examples, not just Battle of Gods. That's just a example. It's not the only example.
Order. But this argument is also incredibly bad because the timeline is in context to the main universe of Dragon Ball.
Okay, he didn't even define what is the main universe. What is the main universe of Dragon Ball? Because keep in mind, it originally started as the manga, but then by the time we entered like Super era, Toriyama prefers to rely on the anime version, right? But then that doesn't devalue the canon quality or priority of the movie versions. And yet he himself in his videos like prioritizing the movie versions of the Battle of Gods and ROF, but not, the rest. So that's why it's like, I don't get it. Book of Dark, thank you very much. Oh snap. Oh snap. Is this a bot or a bit? I don't know. I don't know. I think it's a bit. I don't know. Whatever. Anyways, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Zeta's kind of messing up.
Universe. So so it's in context to the main universe of Dragon Ball. Like, I don't know really why I have to explain this to you when the guide literally says it's the story of Dragon Ball. Adding on to this point, people will also then try to argue that the universe is just in context to Dragon Ball as a franchise. But if that were true, why would they only be showing 2 timelines within the Dragon Ball timeline?
What? Hold on, 2 timelines for what specifically?
Which just doesn't make any sense if you listen to their interpretation properly. Then they would have to include other movie timelines, the future Trunks timeline, etc.
He answered your own question. Why do they only show a timeline? Easy, because it's a brand. They're generalizing the brand of Dragon Ball. Like, did you forget? Like, the Dragon Ball in itself is a brand. It's a franchise. It's a IP. Like, did you not, like, that? It's like literally list of any other example. Mario. Okay, what are we talking about when it comes to Mario? Are we talking about Mario Kart? Are we talking about Mario Party? No, it's just Mario, the brand itself. What about Disney? Okay, are we talking about Marvel, Star Wars? Are we talking about the princesses? No, Disney, the brand, the IP, the mega conglomerate. That's what it basically is saying in these guidebooks and stuff. So that doesn't work.
Etc. But they don't appear, making this interpretation invalid, which supports our interpretation being true of Battle of Gods being canon to GT.
No, you're just... No, you're just... That's just a confirmation bias, bro. It must be true because it must be true. That's basically how it is.
The only semi-strong argument I saw against Battle of Gods being canon to GT comes from this Toriyama statement saying that Battle of Gods is the continuation of the manga. When Toriyama says my manga, it's just an advanced way of saying my story is continuing, not necessarily that Dragon Ball...
But, Zeta, you do know that the manga... You're okay, so he's not only saying that, okay, maybe it's only canon to the manga, but you do know that you just confirmed that GT is only canon to the anime, and the anime is not canon to the manga. So therefore, anything that's manga exclusive cannot apply to GT. Therefore, that kind of implies there's a distinction of the canon for GT. So I don't know what you're doing at this point, buddy. Come on now.
Is literally within the manga continuity. He's just making the general statement that Dragon Ball in general is continuing with the new Battle of Gods movie. Some other ways we can refute the statement is the fact that Battle of Gods is a Z title, which means it has relation to the anime because in Dragon Ball in Japan, Dragon Ball Z doesn't exist as a manga. It's just the continuation of Dragon Ball with extra chapters.
Also, another contradiction to that is like, you do know Dragon Ball Kai is a thing, so it's like, is Kai more canon than Z? It's like, not really. It's like, technically it is, but... Oh snap, where's Werewolf? Thank you very much for the $2. Thank you very much. And also, yeah, in case I removed it, but I can just show it. But yeah, I forgot the donation goal was to get 2 anime comics for the movie canon videos. I could get it, but basically, you know, if you want to help the boy get them easier, then there you go. You should review the Human Centipede movies. What? I mean, sure. Okay. No problem, buddy. Awesome. We're almost there, guys. We just need a few more dollars. Thank you very much, everybody. Anyways, let's just continue.
Dragon Ball Z was strictly an anime-only title created in Japan. So the fact that Battle of Gods has the Z title means that it's a story that is in relation with the anime and not the manga. Battle of Gods guidebooks also hold consistency to this. In the Battle of Gods guide, there is actually a timeline called the History of Battles, showing the history of battles building up to Battle of Gods.
Okay, but where's the other battles that happen in between these sagas? Where's the Broly fight? Where's the Cooler fight? Where's the Janemba fight? Where's the Hirudegarn fight? Come on, bro. That's not helping.
Showing screenshots from the Z anime, proving my point that Battle of Gods is part of the Z anime continuity and not the manga continuity.
Yeah, but again, we're now having to argue what is the Z timeline. Is it the Kai version? Is the OG Z? Is it the video game Z? Is it some other Z timeline that we're not unsure of? And also, you do remember that in the original story, there's literally 4 timelines created just because of Future Trunks' time machine. And so not only there's 4 timelines created because of Future Trunks in the original manga, there's another 4 timelines created because of the anime version. And it just goes further into that, you know, hole of multiverse theory when you apply the movies, the video games, heroes, and so on. So, no. And then GT just makes it worse in hindsight.
In fact, there is one Battle of Gods guidebook where when they explain the world of Dragon Ball or they explain Goku's family tree, etc., they always use anime screenshots to describe categories of.
Are we gonna now use photos? Photos as evidence based on guidebooks. Okay. Come on, man. You were the chosen one, man.
Dragon Ball, meaning that Battle of Gods is definitely part of the Z anime continuity. I cannot believe that there are people who genuinely think that an anime exists in the manga. Wow, that's very funny. And to finally put the icing on the cake, when these Battle of Gods guides try to describe where Battle of Gods is taking place, they use anime screenshots to show where it takes place. So this evidence is very concrete that.
Well, I mean, they could also use the manga and it wouldn't really change all that much. Like, hey, did you know the Kid Buu fight happened in the manga? Did you know the Oob fight happened in the manga? It's like, it's kind of okay.
Battle of Gods takes place within the anime timeline and not the manga timeline. Dear God. And since Resurrection F is the direct continuation of the Battle of Gods movie, this would mean that Resurrection F is canon to GT by proxy. Now that I've
also, okay, well, again, hold on. By proxy, the Universe 6 saga follows the ROF saga, so therefore, if it can follow after that, it should follow, onto GT. Does he not realize? Bro, I'm strong. Bro, I'm legit strong.
explain the canon of Dragon Ball GT, we're gonna move on to the next point, which is
Bruh! Oh my gosh. Tortoise with the 20. This vid might be bad, but I hope this will have some getting them books, fam. Oh, thank you very much, bro. All right, well, we destroyed that goal now. Thank you very much. Yeah. All right, cool. All right. Yeah, because I have the other guidebooks or magazines translated for the anime movies. It was just two specific ones that unfortunately I couldn't find anywhere to get good quality scans for the videos. So, and I like to, check every nook and cranny as to what could be found. So I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Alrighty, let's just continue. Just came in. Can someone fill me in? We're reacting to Zeta's definitive Dragon Ball GT power scaling, and it's only been 12 minutes in, and I've already been streaming for 50 minutes of this video, and we're not even halfway done. So, I would have quit 6 minutes ago. Yeah.
Of the scaling of Dragon Ball GT. All of the feats, statements, etc. that power scale Dragon Ball GT will now be described in this segment of the video.
Okay, so in this section, I will only contradict. I'll be like, maybe it's like nitpicks with the actual feats, but like calcs or whatever conclusions, but whatever feats actually present out, I'm not going to really argue. That's more so like the lore and scaling correlations, so that's fine.
Before I continue with the scaling portion, this video was sponsored by Noblesse. Join discord.gg/Noblesse. You can find the link in the description below.
Oh, snap.
And it's an anime server. It's an anime community server, yada, yada, yada. It's very fun. If you want to talk with my audience or talk with other people, just chill at Noblesse. Join in the description, and please help out. We are almost at 1,000 members in Noblesse, and it would really be a huge contribution.
Hey, respect.
If you just joined up, it's just one click. Very simple.
Awesome.
Before we even touch Dragon Ball GT, we need to establish that End of Z Goku is the pinnacle of power in Dragon Ball Z. Yes, he is beyond literally everyone. Every character.
Oh boy, I know where he's gonna go. He's gonna bring up a manga legendario where he's labeled as the strongest in the universe, and therefore he's gonna say he's stronger than Beerus and Whis, he's stronger than Arale, he's stronger than Vegito, Super Saiyan 3, hypothetical, Buhan, etc. I know where this is gonna go. I already know where this is going. It's like Joseph Joestar's like, and next you're gonna say this, and then he says the thing.
Every fusion in Dragon Ball Z, he is beyond all of those things. Goku is the strongest in Dragon Ball Z. This is the case because the Son Goku Densetsu calls him the strongest and Toriyama calls him the strongest. This would mean that he is stronger than characters like Frieza, who can threaten to destroy the entire
I mean, comparing to him to Frieza at this point is kind of moot, but sure.
Infinite universe in Dragon Ball, as well as blow up entire galaxies while being heavily suppressed after the explosion of planet Namek. Stronger
Yeah, that's fine.
than Garlic Jr., who can create an entire hyperspace with his ki.
This, again, I did say we're not... movie shouldn't be applied, but if someone were to be like, hey, numbers, what if we were to allow movie included for GT, then sure, that's fine. Hyperspace, again, it can go a lot of places. Maybe it's not literal AP applicable. Maybe it's hacks based. Maybe it's just, maybe it's just a figure of speech type of phrasing, but if you want to hype it up, sure, that's fine.
Possibly an infinite.
Again, I'm aware of some of these statements or arguments since I've used them in my own videos, so it is what it is. Some of them are just personal opinions, which is perfectly fine. I'm not going to argue too much about them or be, critical about them, so it's fine.
Dimensional super space with the potential of quantum mechanics existing in Dragon Ball. Stronger than Perfect Cell, who has an infinite power level, and stronger than Gotenks, who can casually warp entire realities by just existing.
That's fine.
Beyond Buhan, who destroyed the dimensional walls of the entire
Yep.
Universal Universe 7 macrocosm. Stronger than the
Damn, bro. Okay, let the viewer read a little bit. Bro, you saw that? I know it was like a little bit, like 1.5 times speed, but bro, who can normally read that fast? Jeez Louise.
Threatened to destroy the entire afterlife and the universe.
Yeah,
and
that's-
stronger than Kid Buu, who is responsible for the absorption of multiple gods that oversee the entire macrocosm. And finally, stronger than the fusion that was thought to be the strongest character in Dragon Ball Z, Vegito. I did make a video covering the topic on why End of Z Goku beats Vegito.
Oh, did he? I mean, especially with Super, I'm not surprised. If we're talking about OGZ, that's gonna be really hard to really debate or argue, but I mean, sure, fine, whatever.
So if you want to see something in depth with that, just go watch that video. And funnily enough, the El Manga Legend
Yeah, there you go. There's the guide.
Mario calls End of Z Goku the strongest, which is also a guide that includes Arale as a character in the Dragon Ball universe, so Goku would also be above Arale as well. The same Arale that is so strong that she can conceptually transcend her entire cosmology and oversee it as fiction, can mess around with the author, aka Toribot, casually travel to the future with just her pure speed alone, and just many, and I mean many, gag level, author level feats that are beyond conventional power scaling. And don't take my statement out of context, not every strongest statement means that your character is above Arale, just this specific one, because most of the strongest statements are only in context to Dragon Ball exclusive characters. Arale is so
Yeah. Even if it's not including a Riley, that's fine. It doesn't matter.
OP.
He can still be, OP strong in his verse without the inclusion of Dr. Slump, so that's
That
whatever.
characters from Dragon Ball Super are struggling to beat her, like a post-Goku Black Arc Super Saiyan Blue Goku. But meanwhile, this End of Z Goku
Oh my gosh, I knew it. He was gonna, yeah. Also, because beginning of GT Goku scales above Arale, but Super Goku doesn't, therefore GT Goku in base is stronger than the Goku up until maybe, Tournament of Power MUI Goku. Oh, yeah.
stronger than Arale, which logically means that End of Z Goku, not even GT Goku, is sweeping through most of Dragon Ball Super. And before anyone starts coping in the comments and says, oh, well then that just means Arale got stronger. No, she didn't, because Goku said it himself. So yeah, it's really that crazy. GT scaling is really that broken, and we haven't even got into GT yet, and they're already beating most of Super, with just a
Except that the statements for him being the strongest, at least within GT, is not applicable, so no, sorry.
base form End of Z Goku. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, he's also retroactively above Movie Beerus now, since Movie Beerus is now added into Z, which also means that he is above the super dimensional power of
He's not, but again, I've already had to be critical of those arguments, so whatever.
Beerus. Overall, End of Z Goku would scale to high hyperversal to outer versal with a measurable to irrelevant speed. Now let's finally
What the frick? Where did he got outer versal out of that? I know where he gets hyperversal, but outer? Is it because of Toribot? What? Oh, hold on, no. I think he got that because of the quantum mechanic, or quantum dimensional scaling with Garlic Jr. and stuff. I think. I don't know where he got that from. You'll be going to sleep soon. All right. You have a great night, Hideki. Don't worry. Thank you very much for popping up.
dive into Dragon Ball GT. In episode 1 of GT, Goku leaves Dende's hyperbolic time chamber-like place after a full power battle up against Oob. This statement that Goku makes can be interpreted in many different ways, such as A, he's using his full power with the inclusion of his maximum form, or B, he's just using his base form's full power. In my opinion, I think the first interpretation is a better interpretation to go with, because in the first episode of GT, all we really saw was the conclusion of their fight. We never actually saw the fight begin. So maybe off-screen, Goku could have used other forms without the audience actually watching it happen. This interpretation can be supported given the fact that when full power is used, it's usually in context to the most extreme way of a user's full power. For example, when Goku says that he's going to use his full power against Majin Vegeta, he's in context talking about his greatest form that we see, which is Super Saiyan 2. Technically, Goku was lying here, but in the audience perspective, they genuinely believed that Super Saiyan 2 was his full power because that was the maximum transformation Goku had at that point.
Well, why can we not imply that he was lying to Oob? You get what I'm saying? It's like, well, you could have just been using his full base power, and that would have been perfectly fine to see if Oob was strong or not. I'm just saying.
Point that the audience knew of before Super Saiyan 3 came out later in the manga. This is what was labeled as Goku's full power. Someone could try to refute my point by saying that Goku did say that he was using 100% of his strength with Oob in the World Martial Arts Tournament and was only using his base form, but Vegeta actually refutes this point by saying that neither him, Goku, or Oob could use the best of his abilities in a place like this. And my final point for why I think Goku was using his maximum transformation against Oob is that Dende mistakes Goku's fight with Oob as a quote-unquote graduation ceremony. We know that Goku was trying to train Oob ever since the beginning of End of Z, so wouldn't it be more logical if Oob completed his training by fighting fighting his master, who's actually using his full power to his very limits? Yeah, that's what I usually would think, right? Not necessarily a base full power. This would mean that at a very, very, very great low ball, Super Saiyan 3 Goku is equal to Oob, and if you want to use the mid ball interpretation, which is the one I usually agree with, then Super Saiyan Blue GT Goku is equal to Oob. We also need to account the fact that Goku trained 5 years after the end of Z, and in Dragon Ball, we know that training boosts are incredibly huge for a character.
Oh boy, again, I never love using like vague multiplier increases via years because they are not consistent throughout the series. It took Goku from like adult, like from age 12 all the way to age 24 to go from like building level to like planet level. And then within a 1 year time frame, he goes from that to like star level. You get what I'm saying? But then like in the next arc, he just goes like from like maybe star level to like 2 times star level. Like the increases are there, but it's not like actual like consistency towards every single jump skip for the story.
There's power levels such as the Saiyan Saga, Namek Saga, Cell Saga, and the Buu Saga. Every training amp that Goku has experienced has majorly increased his power level. So how does this affect GT? Well, we can use basic inductive reasoning and math. We know that after every training boost per different arcs, we know that Goku has a greater training boost than the last. Let me use the lowest math.
No, I mean Super, we remember in the Universe 6 saga, him and Vegeta was like, hey, we're not getting that much stronger, but let's just continue training for 3 years. So it's like, I don't know. It doesn't seem that consistent to me. I'm just saying. Now, he's not inherently wrong, but I see what he's trying to get from. It's just he could have phrased himself a little bit different to be more consistent with his argument.
So we know that Goku, after the death of Raditz, had only a power level of 416, but after he came back
Oh
from
my
Tenkai's training for
gosh.
6 months, he
I
gained
know
a
where
power
he's
level of
going.
8,000. This would mean that he got hundreds of times stronger within the span of 6 months. Oh, and by the way, this training method is completely inferior to Goku in Dragon Ball Z by the very end. Now let's look at better training methods that Goku uses after the Saiyan Saga. Goku trains for 6 days during the arrival to Namek, and he grows from a power level of 8,000 to 90,000 after.
Did he not just say that by the time like he fought Frieza and Cell, their power levels are like infinite? So why are we gonna try to put a finite increase of his training growth on top of an infinite number? Infinity times 9,000 is still infinite. What? Does he? Am I crazy, or did he not brought that up a while back about having infinite power? I don't. I don't know. Let's just keep going.
Keep in mind, this happened in 6 days. If we use that math and convert it into 6 months, he would actually have a power level of 600,000. When you compare the 2 training boosts side by side, you end up realizing that the Saiyan Saga boost is only 19 times, when the Namek Saga boost is 750 times. This is a massive improvement from the previous training.
What the heck?
Significantly amping Goku's
Weird freaking photo.
Large numbers. Goku then gets a training boost that is so great in the Buu Saga, where after he trains for 7 years in the other world, his training boost was so great that it was on par with a Cell Saga fusion multiplier. This is the case because Goten and Trunks are relative in power with each other, and Goten is stated to be equal to a Cell Games Goku. Then afterwards, it's confirmed that Gotenks only got stronger than Goku and Vegeta after he trained in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. This would also imply that Super Saiyan 2 Goku and Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta were stronger than Gotenks during their fight before Majin Buu's awakening. So using the inductive reasoning and consistency, this would mean that GT Goku's training boost is at least beyond a Cell Saga multiplier of a fusion. And if you guys want to compare that to realistic numbers, that's actually over billions. Yeah, that already says enough, bro. You pack it up. GT Goku solo, bro. After the whole incident with Oob, the Pilaf gang come to Kami's tower and wish to turn Goku back into a child. I think you know the usual filler bits, yada yada yada, let's just get to the good stuff.
Have you ever played block fruits with your life on the line?
Dang,
Or
what the
having
heck?
a bunch of mangoes in your mouth? Well, this is
Okay, we did not need that. Jeez Louise.
That Dragon Ball GT villains immediately surpass any single possible Z villain, because what is stated by the writers is that Goku was too strong to have enemies on Earth. So the concept of Goku going outside of Earth was necessary because of Goku being too strong, meaning that the fact that characters like Buhan or Kid Buu exist on Earth is like not enough for Goku in terms of the writing. They needed to make Goku have fights outside of the Earth. This would at least mean that the first major GT warrior surpasses any single villain in Z, and that first warrior is Legend, who is basically the Dragon Ball GT version of him. He was strong enough to go toe-to-toe with base Goku, but then when Goku goes Super Saiyan, he would eventually outclass Legend, and then the story continues from there. Later on throughout the adventure, Goku finds out what celebrities do backstage in real life, and then Lord Lu is unleashed, who is allegedly
Okay, alright, that was a funny joke. I'll give him that.
quote-unquote God of Destruction. Yeah, he is definitely not the God of Destruction. But what is crazy is that the God of Destruction of Universe 3 does look a lot like Lord Lu, so maybe they're in the same race or something. Lu
Yeah, that's true. Maybe it's inspired. That's actually a funny reference.
followers confirm that Lord Lude has the power to destroy the universe, which is extremely ironic because the fan base of Dragon Ball has been thinking that GT is only galaxy level for years, so I find it really ironic that the first arc of GT immediately debunks one of the most
Wait,
common-
really? The GT fans thinks the universe is the size of a galaxy? That's wow. I never heard of that before. Okay. Yeah, no, that they're definitely wrong with that. I'll give credit to Zeta about that point. Yeah.
Scaling misconceptions about GT. And for any of the weirdos that are just saying it's an overtime feat, first of all, that's inconsistent with how destruction works in Dragon Ball. When they mention things like destroy the planet, they literally mean it in terms of a one-shot. Destroy the galaxy, one shot, etc., etc. To say it's just overtime doesn't make sense with how consistency of destruction happens in Dragon Ball. And like I previously mentioned, the Dragon Ball...
Well, you still need to provide evidence because that's why it doesn't always apply towards every character in fiction because you have to ask how's the method being done. Am I going to destroy the planet via nukes, via radiation, via, flooding, because again, the way it's being done to destroy the planet matters more than just saying it. You can't just because I say I'm going to destroy my table, am I going to literally like subatomic atomize it or am I just going to break it in pieces? Like, it does matter in context as to how it's being done.
Universe is infinite, so to destroy an infinite universe would require infinite speed. Yeah, so anyway,
that I'll give him credit.
Disingenuous and bad arguments that completely ignore the Dragon Ball narrative as a whole. Lewd ends up getting jumped by Goku and Trunks with a 2v1 with them both in Super Saiyan, which implies that Lewd is at least relative to a Super Saiyan Goku or a Super Saiyan Trunks. Either way, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They're both relative base to base within their fight against Lewd. This is further supported when Lewd powers up to a third form that is even stronger than the second form that needed to be 2v1. Goku would then fight the Sigma Force, who are stated to be the greatest power that Goku has seen so far, making the Sigma Force above Lewd's maximum form, which is relative to Goku's Super Saiyan form. Goku would beat these guys up in his base form, which would mean that Goku is now above Lewd in his base form, which is also now making him above Super Saiyan in his base form. Post-edit note, I do not know why they named them the Sigma Force because, oh my goodness, that did not age well at all. After the fight with the Sigma Force, Goku would then reach General Rildo and make one of the most controversial statements in all of GT history, being that General Rildo has power beyond Majin Buu. Fans always wonder on which version of Buu Goku refers to when talking about General Rildo, and there are many logical points from both sides about Kid Buu, Fat Buu, or even Buuhan. But for this video, I will be logically deducing which version of Buu Goku is most likely referring to when discussing with General Rildo. The first competitor to eliminate from this statement is obviously Fat Buu. Yes, I know that Fat Buu is the only version of Buu that is currently existing within GT, and the fact that when they commonly refer to Majin Buu, they're always talking about Fat Buu unless specific given context.
Yeah,
However,
sure.
This information is completely insignificant because even in the Buu saga, Goku has made statements about Fat Buu not really being that much of a strong guy. This is evident when Goku says that he could have beat Fat Buu at any time in Super Saiyan 3, but decided not to so the kids could prepare for the next generation, giving them the responsibility to take down Fat Buu. If Goku is forcing the burden on children to go fight Fat Buu instead of himself, it really says something about how Goku views Fat Buu because he does not view him as anything special, which is completely the opposite of how he was treating Buu compared to General Rildo, comparing both of their power. And as previously established, all of these villains surpassed anyone in Z, so it would not make any sense for Goku to be referring to Fat Buu given the context of how he views him and the narrative and studio explanations for how power works in GT. This is also further supported by the source material because even Trunks said that General Rildo's ki was impossibly huge. Now this doesn't literally mean that General Rildo's ki is impossible, but this translates to the idea that General Rildo's ki is beyond anything that Trunks has perceived before.
What the heck is that rumbling? Y'all hear that weird rumble in his audio? What the heck? That's weird.
Kid Buu. Even before Goku made his statement about Rildo being the strongest Buu, he compliments Rildo and says that to think that he would ever see a ki as large as his, which supports that he is beyond Kid Buu, who is the strongest Buu. And for my last point, every Dragon Ball villain is typically hyped up to be stronger than the last when it comes to main villains and crap like that. So General Rildo being compared to Buu would actually most likely be comparing to Kid Buu because this is consistent. Frieza was a top tier, Trunks defeated him, then the androids were there, the androids are nothing to Cell, Cell is equal to Dabura, Dabura was outclassed by Buu. It's just consistency. General Rildo is the next big bad, and now he's beyond Buu, which was the previous peak power tier in Dragon Ball Z. Please turn your brain on GT down, players. This ignores the story if you're saying he's only being compared to Fat Buu. And lastly, the icing on the cake is that Goku trained with Kid Buu for 5 years. We have to remember that Kid Buu is Oob, so he trained with that same Kid Buu for long periods of time. It makes absolutely no sense for him to be comparing Rildo to an absolutely fodder character that means nothing to him after he got billions of times stronger through training. And for
that, I'll give him credit. Yeah, I myself always go with the lowball arguments just because it's the more easier way to at least justify the scaling, whereas a highball, it can lead to a bunch of interpretations. So he's not inherently wrong, and I myself also made arguments for that as well. So it is what it is.
Anyone who claims that it's Buuhan, there's absolutely no evidence to prove this is the case, and also Buuhan is not even the strongest Buu, so he should not even be put into comparison.
Oh no. Oh no, he's a Kid Buu supporter. Oh no. Okay, Zeta. Okay, we're not gonna start this argument. We're not gonna start this debate.
And for any of those Buuhan fans watching that are disagreeing, just go watch my friend Historic's video. He's one of the people collabing with me for this video, and I really recommend you checking out this video because the intent and execution remains clear that Historic proves that Kid Buu is stronger than Buuhan. There are some little pieces of information I disagree with, but it's still very good, and I highly recommend it for anyone who wants to get the whole Buuhan versus Kid Buu debate cleared up. There's actually more emphasis on General Rildo's power than just this, and a lot of Dragon Ball GT power skillers don't actually know about the truth of General Rildo, so I'll just address what is missed out about his power right here. Pay attention to what Goku says right here. He says to think I should ever come across a key as large as yours. This pretty much suggests the idea that General Rildo has a key quantity that is so large that it is greater than anything Goku has seen before. This suggests the idea that General Rildo isn't just beyond Buu, but is beyond everything that Goku has faced prior, which includes Oob, the same Oob that I explained earlier that rivaled Super Saiyan 3 adult GT Goku. Yes, I know the statement isn't fully concrete, but there is a ton of consistency behind it to prove that this is the case for General Rildo being above everyone else. For starters, remember the Sigma Force that I mentioned earlier? That same Sigma Force would also be above Oob using Goku's statement, and General Rildo is even stronger than that. Massively stronger than that according to Goku as well. And Goku is able to contend with this with only...
Yeah, no. He literally posted in his own video. I can't remember where. Oh, right here. Yeah, right here. Oh, come on. Yeah, these guys aren't anything special. Yeah, he literally Goku backtracks his own statement. He can acknowledge that they're strong, but Goku then just says, "Oh yeah, you guys are strong, but you're not really special." It's like, yeah, I can still beat y'all because although I thought you guys were strong, you're not stronger than me. So I don't know why he's comparing them at all because they're not really relevant to the subject. You don't need them to hype up Rildo's power at all. So I don't know what he's doing.
Know about the truth of General Rildo, so I'll just address what is missed out about his power right here. Pay attention to what massively stronger than that according to Goku as well. And Goku is able to contend with this with only half of his power in base form. By the way, this implies that Kid Goku, without fully unlocking his ki control, surpassed his adult self in his base form. His adult Super Saiyan Blue is weaker than his base form with half of his power. Yeah, we definitely lost the plot. Oh my god, GT Goku absolutely slaps. Rildo then transforms into Hyper Meta Rildo after absorbing the Sigma Force and then goes toe-to-toe with Super Saiyan Goku. Then he turns into Silver Surfer and pretty much Goku is no match.
Did he? I'm gonna just pretend. You know what? I'm not the first one to make that joke, so don't worry, numbers. Just let it go.
For this version of Rildo. He is later defeated though, and then is revealed to be controlled by Baby.
His first all?
Okay, yeah, we're just skipping that.
Baby Saga. One of the best things about the Baby arc in terms of scaling is that we already get a great point for the Baby arc to make the characters stronger than they usually are. This is evident with Baby himself because of how his power works in the first place. Baby is a parasite that absorbs other people to gain an advantage during fighting. The only way he can absorb you is if he's relative in power to you or if he's stronger than you. This is evident because Baby attempts to absorb Trunks but fails to do so after he turns into a Super Saiyan and forces Baby out of him. However, much earlier, Baby is shown that he has been capable of absorbing people like base Rildo. This would logically...
Well, yeah, because he was technically dead. Yeah, he was technically dead.
Conclude that Super Saiyan Trunks is stronger than base Rildo. Goku almost kills Baby with a Kamehameha in base, which, you know, is pretty obvious.
Wait.
Goku almost kills Baby with a Kamehameha in base, which, you know, is pretty obvious.
No, he didn't. He wasn't killing him at all. He was caught off guard, and he was just like, "Oh, you were able to take it. That's pretty good."
Considering that Baby is not really that strong compared to somebody like base Goku, who was massively above base Rildo. This also could kind of suggest the idea that maybe Super Saiyan Trunks is equal to base Goku, but you can take it or leave it. Later throughout the arc, Baby runs the fade with Goten. Despite not training, Goten is stated to have strength that is alive and well, meaning that him slacking off in his training did absolutely...
What the? Hold on.
Training, Goten is stated to have strength that is...
Bro, did he? Okay, never mind.
Alive and well, meaning that him slacking off in his training did absolutely nothing to his power. It stating that his strength is alive and well could suggest that it could have gotten stronger naturally, but who knows. Goten, while he's fighting Baby, states that his dad would not have lost to him at all. Some people may start opening up in the comments saying that, oh my god, Zeta, your chain scale is debunked because Goten said so. But this actually ignores the context completely, because this same Baby was actually holding back before he let out his full power to beat Goten. He actually was holding back to make Goten gain his full power. More so that he was just waiting for the right time. Baby, when possessing Goten, confirms that Gohan is stronger than Goten. But by the way, I just want to clear something up. Gohan did not train 15 years like the Perfect Fall says so, as the GT interviews completely debunk this idea from being the case, so please do not use this argument. Gohan and Goten try to jump Vegeta, but Vegeta manages to overpower both of them. By the way, while this is going on, Vegeta doesn't even activate Super Saiyan 2, and he's beating the crap out of both Gohan and Goten. One thing I forgot to mention about Goten is the fact that Baby needed to power up into another form in order to match him, because his original Baby form, like his small form, would not be sufficient enough to match Goten's power, suggesting that Goten is above the likes of base Rildo, you know who, yada yada yada, same tier of Trunks. Further consistency to this type of scaling is also supported given that after Baby becomes Vegeta, he then makes the statement that he is the strongest body in the entire universe. Some people might put my chain scale into question as to how it's true because Perfect Files 1 does state that Goku is the strongest in the universe, but then we have my scale basically saying that Goten is stronger than Baby, who is stronger than Oob, who is equal to Goku's maximum form. Well, this scale can be easily explained because this statement could have just been made about the beginning of GT Goku, and these characters would eventually get stronger or obtain Zenkai's other external things. After all, it did state that Goten's power was alive and well. This kind of logic can apply to characters like Vegeta and Gohan as well. Goku arrives back to Earth.
Okay, so I'm praying. I was skimming through a bit, and I'm praying he does not validate outside space. I swear to gosh.
His ass beat by Super Baby even while having Super Saiyan 3. Baby powers up beyond this and becomes Super Baby 1. He claims that he is the strongest of Saiyan power, in which Goku also agrees, claiming that he is the greatest ki he has ever felt before. Yes, this concretely makes it clear that Super Baby 1 is beyond literally everything before in the history of Dragon Ball. Gogeta, Vegeta, you name it. And if you believe that Beerus and Whis exist in the history of GT...
Well, I mean, did you not just already say in base he's above these guys? So why are you comparing? What the statement is no longer relevant if just in base form they're already above their level.
Super Baby 1 would be beating their ass too. Baby then taps into the Super Saiyan 3 lookalike according to the Perfect Files, labeled as Super Baby 2. Goku before stood absolutely no chance against Super Baby 1, so with Super Baby 2, Goku is absolutely cooked in this situation. Mind you, Super Baby was on some evil Super Saiyan God type shit, absorbing multiple different Saiyans. This pretty much implies that Super Baby 1 is far beyond a form like Super Saiyan 2, most likely speaking. Especially the case when you look at other Dragon Ball medias made by Toei, like for example, when Goku is given the energy by other Saiyans to defeat Broly, it is actually a 1,000 times aim. To put some more respect on Super Baby 1.
Whoa, hold on, no. Get back here. This movie is canon, by the way, just within another timeline, so this example is still... Well, okay, we're done. Yeah, we're done. We're done. Yeah, no. That hurt. That legit just hurt me. I was gonna give him more of the benefit of the doubt, but once I saw that, nah, we're done. No. Yeah, we're... Why? That hurt me, guys. I know I was generally gonna be interested as to what he was gonna say after the fact, but once I saw that, I was like, are you kidding me right now? He had 10 minutes to explain the whole canon things about, like, the movies and whatnot. And he still was like, oh yeah, some of them are canon, but some of them are. But then he's just gonna nicely, subtly slide that in and be like, oh, by the way, Broly's canon. It's like, oh, no, why are you doing this? No, we're done. Yeah, we're done with that. I'm sorry. Yeah, that was painful. I seriously thought that he was gonna be, like, spitting hot takes that I'm like, yes, finally, I'm not the only one. But no, it's literally the exact same regurgitated arguments I've heard before from other GT scalers. And again, it always goes back to the intentions. People just really want to hype up GT to this absurd extreme while also being completely disingenuous and inaccurate to the original intentions of these creators. All for the sake of making them stronger than they need to be. And yet, in my video, for example, I don't like to, you know, hype up my video. But I do want to say, like, you can still hype up GT characters without relying on super logic and still be strong. But for some reason, they just cannot let go of it. They need to rely on super in the movies to hype up GT. Without them, they have no sauce. Literally, they have no sauce. It's frankly embarrassing. Like, do that for any other franchise. I can guarantee you people will be laughing at you, bro. People will be like, okay, how strong is JJK? Oh, well, hold on, I gotta rely on Godzilla scaling. Oh, nope, you relied on some other source? Too bad. Series probably sucks if you gotta rely on a different show, not related to your own favorite series, to hype them up. That should never be your priority, bro. Come on. Like, literally do that for any franchise. It's so embarrassing, bro. I was seriously hoping that Zeta would be, like, making my day, but nah, that took a lot out of me, bro. And you know what's the sad thing is? That's just as bad as Saiyan Scholar's video. So, Saiyan Scholar has his own, I probably made the song a little bit too quiet, my bad. Saiyan Scholar had his own video that I watched just a bit of it, where it's basically him saying that the grade 4 multiplier is not a above 50 times multiplier. And and what's funny is that in his own video, he accepts the possibility of grade 2 and grade 3 and all these other forms going above their standard multiplier, but he refuses to apply that same logic onto grade 4. I don't know why, but for some reason, Dragon Ball fans, are always black and white. They either assume a concept cannot be applied or it can be applied. There is no in between. Me, however, I always tell you guys it can be both. Sometimes, in some scenarios, it could just be one case, and others it's not. But in some other situations, both concepts can apply, and they're perfectly valid. But for some reason, fans are just like, no, it just cannot happen. It cannot work like that because my mentality is too low of intelligence to justify that. It's so embarrassing, bro. Oh yeah. What's the next? Thank you, Tortoise, again and everyone else as well. Thank you, Book of the Dark and Werewolf for the donations. I don't know what's my next poll or goal I should put up. It was nothing that massive. It was supposed to be. It's literally like 2 books for a few bucks, but I appreciate it though. How far would you say GT gets into Super, if at all? Okay. So if we're being charitable, like just genuinely charitable, and let me be more specific. Let's just say the anime, because let's be real here. People just care about the anime of Super and hype up GT, but no movie or Super logic. Even at the extreme, I mean, even at the extreme, I still don't think they can go beyond Goku Black Arc. I'm being dead serious. Like, okay, no. At its peak, like Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Omega Shenron, maybe they could barely peak at like Goku Black Arc. Barely. But if we're talking about in general, like because people forget, Goku, Vegeta, and Omega does not make up the entirety of GT. There's every other characters besides them. So in general, most of them are not going to go past Battle of Gods. Or sorry, Resurrection of Arc. Some of them are barely going to peak at Universe 6. And then the rest are just going to get folded by Goku Black and stuff. I can barely think of much arguments to justify them even going at TOP. Like, not even before TOP. Like the exhibition match, you know? And keep in mind, I'm intentionally telling myself, hey, numbers, disregard the gods of destruction, disregard the angels, just purely the non-mortals across the universes. I'm like, bro, some of them are going to get cooked by some of the villains and some of the characters or levels that Goku and gangs reach, so... I know, if anything, 100% for sure, they're not beating all of Super. No. If the fact that even the hyped up version of Xeno Goku loses to MUI Capsule Corp Goku, then the non-heroes GT Goku is gonna be even worse against Super. So, yeah. Oh, where the heck is it? No, none? Alright, whatever. Have you seen the Chinese Dragon Ball movies? Sadly, Dragon Ball Wiki removed the movies from the list, so I can't find their names there anymore. I have. I have reacted to the Taiwanese version, I think. There was the other one. Unfortunately, I kind of stopped. So I was kind of busy. I only watched halfway through. They're all right. They're all right. They're actually very, like, popcorn entertaining. They're not too bad. Bro, I'm telling you guys, I think Dragon Ball fans just need to get educated again. They need to go back to school and learn how to read. Straight up, I'm sorry, but like, it's sad that there's an extreme amount of people who literally cannot read. And then it's even worse when Dragon Ball is not like the most complex story ever. Yet even that is too much for them to understand. So, I'm telling you, I will say, it's because of Saiyan Scholar. I don't care if he watches this. I highly doubt it. But it's because of that video I will 100% make my own grade 4 scaling video. I'm going to do a video specifically for that form because I'm sick and tired of the exact same repeated arguments over and over and over again. So I'm going to do my own version because, frankly, it needs an update. I think it needs to be brought back. And it just deserves the proper attention based on all the evidence. Because I hate the fact that people are like, oh, we can use every evidence for GT across games and other non-applicable sources. But then they don't use the same principle for other topics, which is so annoying. If there's another video y'all want me to... Whoa. Dang. If there's another video y'all want me to react to, I can totally watch it. I'll do it 100%. Let's see. I'm trying to think what's the next good incentive. Any Verguner videos. Yeah, that's how it is nowadays. Oh yeah, I think to those who just popped up a while back, yes, I will. I can confirm the next upcoming video is 100% gonna be Pikkon, and then the next, and then oh yeah, I forgot. I didn't tell you guys. So the next video is 100% gonna be Pikkon, but either before or after that video is done and completed, I'm gonna post 3 extra videos when that video drops as well. The reason why is because, frankly, I feel happy being able to upload more often. Because I feel, I don't want to say a failure, but I feel like I'm not doing enough posting for your guys' entertainment. And I know typically it's quality over quantity, but I think there's a nice balance for me to be quality and quantity. And there's some topics where I'm like, yeah, this video does not need to be 40 minutes long, and that's perfectly fine. But as long as it's entertaining and well informative, and with good intentions, obviously, why not do a video just to, you know, spread the word, you know, add more content to my channel, right? And to be fair, like I said, it's my channel. I can do whatever I want. Frankly, there's not many other people who are willing to, you know, handle these topics just because I get it. For some people, it's a job. They need the money. But me, I don't care. I don't really care if I don't get anything out of this. I just have fun making these content and just have someone, you know, learn a bit more of something that they probably hate or like. So that's why I'm like, you know what? I have 3 videos I want to make as I post the Pikkon video. So that's why I made that poll. Yamoshi is probably going to get his video. So that I can confirm. I can confirm that will be posted alongside Pikkon. The second one is the second episode of the canon of Dragon Ball movies, which is Sleeping Princess and Devil's Castle. I can confirm that since I wasn't sure how well it's gonna do. But to be fair, I don't really care. I feel like canon is already a nice topic as is for Dragon Ball, so I think, you know what, yeah. That's why I'm going to post that. And, oh yeah, like I said, they're going to be short videos, so they're not going to affect my workflow for the Pikkon video. They're going to be pretty simple to complete and get it out done, because I know what I need to say without dragging out the video, and that's perfectly fine. They do what they need to do. 5 minutes long, good, fine. That's perfectly good. I don't want to waste people's time. I don't want to drag out a video just for the sake of monetization. I don't really care. And because it's nice for me to just add more content. The fourth one, I'm going to keep it a secret, but at least y'all know that, yes, Pikkon, second movie canon video, and Yamoshi, I'm assuming. Unless that poll changes, but that's up to y'all to decide. The Great Form videos I see are very confusing to me. I see people make the videos that Great 4 has its own multipliers on like 5 drives. Yeah, if I were to do, I don't know, when I do that video, I'll explain it as to how it can make sense on a broader scale. Because I don't like to always prioritize my interpretation. I like to acknowledge every interpretation and see which of these has the more consistent evidence that is more justifiable and acceptable, as opposed to being like, hey guys, listen to me, no, it's only 10 times boost, and then just move on. So yeah. And then after Pikkon, I'm not really sure. I'm kind of, I don't want to say I'm stuck. I do know I have ideas as to who I want to do. I might just do another poll, frankly, because one character is going to be, frankly, long just because of the amount of content I need to watch to write down the notes. But we'll also have to wait and see if I even want to do that video, so, yeah. Oh, yeah, someone asked me, what do you think is going to... I think you were going to say, who do you think... Oh, yeah, who do you think is going to win the next death battle? What is the... Is it not Hulk versus Godzilla, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. I'm not sure, if I'm gonna be honest, because I want to argue, like, from my perspective of the topic, but Death Battle does it their way, so I have to argue based on their established match, right? Because I could say, oh, it's Godzilla composite versus composite Hulk, but then for them it's like, no, it's just monster versus Godzilla versus movie or MCU Hulk, right? So because I don't know what's the actual specifics, I can't really say an objective conclusion. Personally, if it's composite, I think Godzilla would win, because I forgot that Godzilla appears in the DC and Marvel comics, and I think Hulk struggled against him. So I want to say it's Hulk. Or sorry, I want to say it's Godzilla. But assuming they're just going to say, oh no, this is Hulk from the comics and this is Godzilla from his movies and that's it, I'm gonna assume they're gonna say Hulk wins. But personally, now to be fair, if they are just doing it that way, then yeah, Hulk should win. Like, Hulk, just from comics alone, is way too overpowered. But yeah, if it's straight up composite everything, I think Godzilla wins. Personally, I think Godzilla wins. I'm not saying I know everything objectively about, you know, Marvel scaling and DC scaling, but the mere fact that Godzilla appeared in 2 different comic brands, and he just runs their fade on the strongest heroes of all time with their own absurd, beyond high outer versal scaling, I think Hulk is gonna struggle. So yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of niche characters that easy to do in between, like Cooler Soldiers, Legend. Yeah, exactly. I know someday I want to do some scaling videos for Heroes. It's just that because of how meta Heroes is, I don't know how in depth I want to go into when it comes to like, oh well, because it's related to real life and real life scales to this, and then it scales to the manga, and then the anime is 6D, and then real life is like 50D. It's like, ugh. That's why I kind of am like, I'll put that like at the very end of my bucket list. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, had the Fantastic Four. Yeah, I think in the Marvel crossover with Godzilla, I'm pretty sure Thor was like, bro, this creature is the strongest thing I've ever faced. And this is the same Thor that can fight Doctor Strange and the World Serpent. And then this random crossover Godzilla is like giving every hero a run for their money. It's like, what the heck? Where did this Godzilla come from, bro? Oh, man. Heroes can make anyone as strong as they need to be because video games killing. Yeah. And you're going to learn a lot more because of Pikkon. Like, oh, yeah. Man, oh man, yeah. Yikes. I'm actually curious. Like I said, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not a huge fan of Death Battle in general, just because they just do not know how to make an actual informative and entertaining videos matchups. Because I get that it's supposed to be entertaining, but you can still be informative and consistent with the actual source material. But they just do not want to do that. And I'm just being straight up honest. They should have just been canceled. I know it sounds mean, but I do not care. I just think that they've given way too many chances, and they're just doing the most bare bone research possible, and they have a budget, which is even worse. Like, you might as well just say, hey, this is the fight, and just move on. But no, they have to give actual like argumentation, and their argumentation is really bad. Pikkon, my beloved, yeah. I could definitely say, in terms of progress, I want to say it's almost 33% done. But no worries, because the scripting is a bit annoying to deal with, but from the overall consensus as to what I've been able to research on, I don't think it's going to be that bad of a video to actually produce, because most of the other videos I've done, I'm out to be like, oh, so I have to do this, I have to do that, but then I had to bring up this point, I had to bring out this point, but Pikkon is actually more streamlined to deal with, so I really don't think it's going to take super long, or it's going to be a complex video to produce. So that's what I'm hoping for, at least. So I'm grateful for that. So I hope I can definitely produce that video more faster than the other past projects I've done before. Stop paying attention to them. Yeah. Okay, so obviously there's Hulk versus Godzilla, which, to be fair, the matchup itself is fun. That's a very entertaining idea. But in terms of their actual, like, results, that's where I'm like, you know. Ash versus Yugi, that I do know, yes. Well, yeah, it is Ash. I'm still gonna say Yugi's gonna win. I'm gonna be honest. I think people don't really know much about Yu-Gi-Oh scaling. Pokemon scaling is also downplayed, but because it's just Ash, like it'd be one thing if it's like Ash with every Pokemon, but if it's just Ash in his own team, I guess he's probably gonna get like no diffed, like pretty badly. It's gonna be pretty bad, but we'll have to wait and see how they're even gonna handle it. But yeah, my money is definitely gonna be on Yugi, unless there's like some new meta scaling I'm not aware of regarding Pokemon. But you could say the same thing to Yu-Gi-Oh as well. Yeah, they effed up the Simon versus Kyle matchup. That was also pretty bad. The fight itself was nice, but ugh. Oh yeah, Aang versus Traveler. I don't know much about either. The only reference I have is from Seth's video. But I don't know much about Genshin Impact. But from what I have seen in terms of gameplay and a bit of lore, I have heard that they are pretty strong. From my gut feeling, I want to say the Traveler is probably gonna win. I think he has more I don't want to say versatility, but more like accessibility to what he can do. Like there's less limitations towards his abilities compared to Aang, you know what I'm saying? And plus, to be fair, there's this bloodlusted, but I think from what I've seen from Genshin, the scaling is a little bit less restricted. I feel like Avatar's show is a bit more grounded with their power level or power system, you know. Life versus Columbo. Okay, that I will admit. I know it's stupid. I know it's for the lols, but I'm low-key. It's literally one of the top videos I'm interested to watch. I want to see this. I don't know how it's gonna happen. I don't even, to be honest, I don't even care who wins. But I'm genuinely am invested in this one. Bro, I'm gonna have a smile throughout this entire matchup. Legit. I'm gonna be more happy entertained from this matchup than every other past matchups. I'm being dead serious. Bro, I'm gonna be such a hater on Hulk versus Godzilla. Miles versus Deku was so trash. Every other past matchup was garbage, but this one, I don't care. I'm gonna let the accuracy slide. I'll give them a pass on the accuracy for this one. I just want the entertainment value out of it. Ruby versus Maka, or from what was it, Soul Eater? I think I'm gonna give it a Maka just because I think Soul Eater being somewhat cross-scaling via Fire Force upscales them a bit. And I don't think Ruby has like such like insane OP scalings. I'm not entirely sure. It's been a hot minute. It's been a while since I watched the anime. And I'm pretty sure I missed quite a lot of content from the manga. And I definitely have not got into Fire Force, but my gut feeling says the Maka is gonna win at her peak compared to Ruby. That's my conclusion on that one. And then finally, Gru versus Megamind. I think Gru does more insane feats via his technology compared to Megamind. Especially when Megamind doesn't really scale to, what is his name? Metro Man, even at his peak, so yeah. I'm gonna definitely say Guru on that one, but yeah. Otherwise, as you can tell, a lot of these matchups I'm not interested or really, like, that optimistic about. Like, in terms of Season 25, the only matchup I actually was kind of interested was it's Tom versus Wiley, but that's because, you know, cartoons. And then Live versus Columbo. Like, yeah, the meme matchups are the ones I actually were interested in versus the genuine matchups I just couldn't care less about. Where do you put Shovel Knight at? Um, I mean, doesn't he scale to like Kratos a little bit? I'm pretty sure they low-key say he scales to like Kratos because he fought him and it was like canonically accepted. So if he did actually put up a fight with Kratos, like actual in-game God of War Kratos, then he's pretty high up there, unironically. If you don't include that, then I don't know, whatever the scaling is in-game, that's probably like his limit. I don't know. I don't think the scaling is going to be that absurd. He's probably just going to be like, what, building level? Like, there's probably not, he's probably not like some planetary buster or whatever, just from the scope of the game. But if you do include things like, I do remember he does have like, what, a crossover fight with Kratos, I think Ryu and Mega Man? You can correct me if I'm wrong about that, but yeah. Yeah, if you allow those crossovers, or they're just straight up canon, then yeah, he's way up there, but yeah. That's still not that bad, obviously. It just depends on... Personally, I think once you go beyond planet level, I think you're already like... You're good, you know what I'm saying? It's like, you don't really need to go beyond that, you know? I think you've already done more than enough just being above your own planet, you know? So, just saying. Because I think most matchups, it gets a bit like, a bit too down to earth for people. They like, people like fights that are a bit more complex, you know, like Gojo has his abilities. That's what makes them entertaining to put him up against other characters. Because once you have characters that are like street level, people just don't bother. Who would you say who would you say has the higher cosmology, DC or IDW? I'm pretty sure DC, because like what does IDW even have? Like, I'm trying to think, because, like... Because, like, even if you were to, like, grandstand some of, like, the crossovers for IDW, it doesn't matter, because, like, DC not only exists no longer, but there's, like... They unironically created a cosmology that not just go beyond Outerversal, but there's just, like, multiple layers of Outerversal. So they're, like... They might as well be, like, high Outerversal at their pinnacle, you know? Like, if there has to be a one single entity to represent the entirety of DC, they might as well be balanced at that point. Whereas IDW, maybe they, like, I don't know, peak at, like, Hyperversal or something. It's like, oh, wow. Or even if they were, like, 1 times Outerversal, who cares? DC is probably above that by, like, infinite times over, so... That's why, like, Death Battle, I can no longer be interested in Marvel or DC matchups, because if they were to put, like, I don't know, Mario versus Captain America, it's like, oh, probably Captain America, because Marvel scaling is broken. If they put Batman versus Goku, I'm probably gonna be like, yeah, Batman wins because DC scaling. Like, Yo, what's up, you Kashima? Like, even if there is another verse that is like 10 times levels of Outerversal, DC scaling will probably still have another way to argue it's like beyond 20 times Outerversal. It's pretty stupid, and I get it. It's kind of like, no, I don't want to say unfair, but it's like, what's the point of trying to like argue if they just might as well? It's like the Exodia cards. It's like, oh, it's a like GG. You summon Exodia, you won by default. It's like, why bother bringing them up anymore? That's why you often have to compare DC characters with another DC character. Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. 5,000 views in just less than 3 days. I'm so grateful, guys. Bro, I'm telling you, I was so scared that my video for Evolution Goku was not going to do that well. I was generally expecting people were going to hate on me for making that video. But no, y'all were very supportive of that video, and I'm so grateful. Thank you very much, because like I said, I know I should have done Pikkon first, but I was like, you know what? Again, I don't want to go into personal, life issues, but at the time, I was like, you know what? I need to do this because it's a great time for me to reflect as to what I've been doing, not just on my channel, but also in life, because it was really just good eye-opening. And I think the intro does exactly what I was trying to get at, with the fact that I don't want to just scale just for the sake of some views or for the sake of attention. I'm like, you know what? I generally just love doing this. Even if I hate the product, I just love, getting into nerdy details and just finding an answer that even if one person asks, I'm willing to, put the effort to give them a satisfying answer, so. You're late to the live? That's fine, that's fine. You're not missing much. We suffered through Zeta's video of GT scaling, and then I had a bit of thoughts about other subjects. Or with Marvel. Yeah, that's basically it. Oh, what's up, Adriel? Yeah, that's why. In fact, it's because of Death Battle. Eventually, I will get into other franchise scaling. The one reason why I think I haven't got back into doing versus matchup is because I've noticed that from some of the views I've seen from other channels, they don't get much recognition. And to be fair, I understand why, because some of them are just not really all that entertaining. And plus, there's a lot of like speculation to be like, oh, are they actually in character and stuff? So, and to be fair, it's like double the effort to research on one character from one entirely different series to another series with its own lore and world building and narrative and dialogues and context. It's like, yeah. How bad was the video? I dropped it halfway through, so, and it was an hour long, and it took me more than half an hour just to get through the 10 minutes of the 10-minute mark. Yeah, I know. Bro, I thought Zeta was gonna drop some nice hot takes, but no, they were the same takes, so there was nothing hot about them at all. They're cold. Yeah, my burgers were cold, bro. There's nothing. They were so soggy and wet and boring. But yeah, it's thanks to Death Battle and Saiyan Scholar and all those other guys where I'm just like, you know what? It's thanks to y'all terrible takes, I'm gonna make videos that I hope are more informative and have actual value, because I normally don't want to get into like personal opinions or like, oh, I'm better than you guys. It's like, no, I really want to make informative videos, but y'all just make that kind of hard to enjoy when that's what I'm having to deal with on my feed. You know what I'm saying? It's like, ugh. But yeah, I know for a fact that within these upcoming months, I'm gonna try to get into other series outside of Dragon Ball because it's been a while. Was it the GT is canon to Super? Maybe it's the ultimate or the definitive GT scaling. I don't know. Why is Goku posing on the background? Because he's the GOAT. Why else? Yeah, I'm telling y'all, I'm gonna be cooking with my Pikkon video. I think I'm gonna show people how to really hype up a character. Like, I'm telling y'all, the things I'm gonna be saying for Pikkon is gonna be extreme, but I do not care. Because I'm tired of us, like, walking around the subject. I'm like, nah, I'm gonna tell y'all the big numbers. Because, oh my goodness, the things... I generally think that Pikkon made this new threshold that people really do not take recognition. Because I feel like once you reach this point, this era of scaling for Dragon Ball, it literally is like on a new dimension. It's like, you know how in Bleach, when Aizen felt Mugetsu Ichigo, and he's like, bro, his power's on a higher dimension. Pikkon, his scaling is legit on a similar level, like on a similar energy. So I'm hoping that when my video drops for Pikkon, it's gonna bring, like, I'm gonna drop some truth bombs on y'all, because people do not genuinely understand the grand scope of what this guy is. It's absurd how far you can actually take him while still being accurate. Y'all have no idea. And the irony is that he is so simple at the end of the day. Like, when you... Like, at face value, he really is simple to understand. But when you really get into the complexities, oh man, it's gonna be crazy. I saw your dono thing is MASH. You planning on reading MASH? What? Did I? When did that happen? No, but I'd be down to do a Mashal video, because I did read the manga. I would still go back and, you know, reread for checking any errors or whatever, but I'd be 100% down to do a MASH power scaling video, because I generally did love the story. I think, obviously, it's pretty typical shonen, you know, quality. I'm not it's nothing grandiose, but it's kind of, you know, you get what you paid, what you get, you know? Like with Dragon Ball, you paid what you get. You get Dragon Ball and you're satisfied with it. So likewise, with MASH, I'm like, yeah, I know what I'm getting, but I'm still happy. So I think that's definitely what's going to be... I think I will have fun doing a video for him. And especially when his series is, you know, nothing franchise related. No crossovers, no meta connections. And it's just from chapter 1 to the final chapter. You get all you need, and there you go. The reason why I probably didn't do it yet, or I'm hesitant, is just because I'm not sure if the anime is going to continue adapting the rest of the manga. If they do, which personally I hope, because season 1 and 2 was so funny, bro. I love it. It's so entertaining. But I from entertainment value, I wouldn't mind seeing season 3. But I also would be grateful, for the sake of scaling, to have, you know, anime footage for future content. One of my least favorite death battle was Metal Sonic versus Zero. They put, oh yeah, bruh, that was so bad, bro. They literally, in the video, I remember they say like, oh well, Zero destroyed this big thing, and Metal Sonic turned it into a big thing, i.e. Metal Overlord. So because Zero beats up this big thing, he can beat up the Metal Sonic big thing. And I'm like, bro, that is the worst association fallacy I've ever seen in a death battle. It is so bad. It is so bad. It is, oh my gosh. I'm telling y'all, bro. And I think they did the same thing with, what's his name? Ragna versus, oh, what's his name? It was at the tip of my fingertip. Soul Bad Guy. There you go. In that video, they did something similar. They were like, oh, well, Ragna is this giant big thing, but because Soul can beat up this big thing from his series, he beats up Ragna at his peak. And I'm like, did they really did this? They literally let this pass, and nobody had an issue with this. Are you kidding me right now? It is so terrible. I'm telling you, bro. Death Battle has never changed in performance with how they structure their videos. They never improve. They barely improve. Anytime they do, it's like one step forward, two step back, literally. Oh yeah. Yeah, it is so terrible. I'm telling you, bro. Yeah, even for the Deku versus Miles, bro, I dropped my hero just because I kind of lost interest. I was just like, okay, whatever. I lost, like, it kind of reached its peak like during season 2, 3, whatever. And then Miles, I'm just being straight up honest. I don't care what anyone has to say. I hated Miles. He is not Spider-Man. I want Peter Parker Spider-Man. I don't want Black Spider-Man. It's like, you know, with Goku versus Gohan. I don't want nerd Earthling Gohan. I want to see Goku. I want him to be the GOAT, bro. But that being said, even though I don't really like either series or don't even have interest into looking into them, I was like, bro, Marvel scaling is absurd. Miles should win. But they still made Deku win because they don't know how Marvel scaling works. And because they don't bother, they just still made him win. So I was like, great. Wow. Like, that's why I just do not understand why people give them credit anymore, because they shouldn't give any more credit. They had over 100 videos of matchups, and they just do not know how to power scale. They do not know how to narrative analysis. They don't know how to lore extrapolate. They just do not know how to do anything right. It's way too cringy. Yeah, for me, it was okay in terms of the first introductory season. Again, I only watched the first 2 anime seasons. I kind of picked it up during the end and stuff, but yeah, I think the issue is that it kind of lost direction as to where it wanted to do, because at least from the energy it was given from the first like sets of chapters or the first sagas, it was meant to be like a parody-esque of, you know, what if a world of superheroes existed and you can just go to school and become a superhero, right? So it was meant to be this shonen-esque, like, it's kind of like MASH, you know, like a parody of Harry Potter. My Hero's like a parody of Marvel and DC comic heroes, right? But at some point it then wanted to include a bunch of drama, a bunch of, like, you know, narrative ethics, right and wrong, morality, and all that jazz. But it wasn't done, it wasn't executed right. And so because it wasn't it was too it was taking itself too serious, it lost its value. It lost its the shine of it. So that's why it's like like if you want an actual good example of that working within the story, just look at One Punch Man. Like One Punch Man has countless examples of existential crisis and, you know, what does it mean to be a hero and stuff, yet still, you know, being a parody of itself and having comedy while still having a lot of action, a lot of, you know, tension and stuff. One Punch Man is a great example of how drama can work within a parody, you know, comedy and stuff, but My Hero failed to implement those concepts correctly. Yeah, Miles, I just couldn't care much about him. I'm just being straight up honest when I say that if the only interesting thing about him is he's a black Spider-Man, I don't care, bro. I don't want a black Spider-Man. I want Peter Parker Spider-Man. Why does Miles need to be using someone else's drip? Why does he need to carry someone else's mantle? Why can't he just be Miles? Like, do that for any franchise. Oh, Tails is Sonic. Like, imagine they do that. Like, and Sonic is like, oh, Tails, Sonic the Hedgehog. Tails the Hedgehog. It's like, no. He's Tails miles per hour. And Dragon Ball, oh, he's Gohan, but he's actually Goku, but nerdy. It's like, no. He should just be Gohan. Or imagine they do that to Naruto. Oh, Naruto is just, he's just Hashirama. No, he should be Naruto Uzumaki. He shouldn't be under someone's, you know, under someone's code and stuff. I just don't get why people... I don't know why people really think he's a great character, because I'm gonna be honest, I don't think he is. If the fact that he has to rely on someone else's legacy just to have any relevance, then he's not really a good character to begin with. And to be fair, I can admit that it will work for any franchise. It's not just Miles in general. If that concept is applied to any other franchise, games, movies, whatever, I would still say the same thing. Yeah, he chose to take the title of Spider-Man, but he still shouldn't be Spider-Man. Use that for any other character. Oh, well, this female character wanted to take the title of Wolverine. Okay, I don't care. She's not Wolverine. Oh, well, this other random Saiyan wants to take up the title of Son Goku. Well, he's not Son Goku. Is Goku Black Goku? No, he is Zamasu pretending to be, or, you know, distorting the legacy of Goku. Same thing applies to Miles. Like, I never liked him. But to be fair, I can say the same thing for other characters across fiction. I never liked Miles. I never liked Deku. I never liked several other characters. Might be a hot take, but I don't care. I just never liked them. Oh, man. I'm thirsty. I can even bring up like I can even bring up things like Evolution Goku. It's like, well, he has the title of Goku. Well, he's not our Goku. He's a half-baked Goku, bruh. He's not our Goku, that's for sure. Some dude named Ben believes Goku or Superman is 2045 thinks Superman is weak. Moved because he is upset because of politics to the point yeah. I know, right? Death battle conversation on the number stream. I know. I think someday I will do videos of characters that they've talked about, but give them the well-deserved credit for their scaling. So, bro, I'm telling you. Actually, you know what? Hold on, let me see. Because they've talked about several characters across several franchises. Hold on, let's go to the very bottom. Actually, you know what? Let's just put this on stream. Let's see, at the very bottom. Okay, so can you even see it? Yes, you can. So I don't think I'll do Star Wars scaling because I don't think I'll. I mean, I know I can, but I don't. I feel like in my video you'll feel that I don't have the passion to the enthusiasm to talk about Star Wars characters. Because trust me, I love Star Wars, but especially when there's like Disney and you know all that other jazz, just like yeah. So now Boba Fett probably not. Samus Aran, 100% I want to do a video on. I don't know why, but bro, she is so cool. I want to talk about her. I feel like people might underestimate her, but oh man, that would be such a fun video to talk about. Mortal Kombat, I've always wanted to do, but it's gonna be kind of interesting how I would even apply that, since I think, honestly, you can swap any character from Mortal Kombat and you just wouldn't miss much. Akuma, maybe. I like Akuma, but I had to look into Street Fighter, and I think people would, even non-Street Fighter fans are like, no, we know he's strong. We don't need evidence. Marvel DC scaling, heck no. I ain't doing that. Nah. I mean, maybe as a joke, but probably not. Street Fighter, nah. TMT, nah. Yoshi, maybe in the future. Riptor, nah. Kratos, people have already done countless Kratos scaling videos. I don't think I need to do one of mine. Maybe I can, but eh. Spawn, I think he's cool, but I don't know. Shadow, 100%. Vegeta, I mean, people have already done Vegeta videos. Maybe in the future, but nah. Mario vs. Sonic, come on, obviously I will. No duh. Surprisingly, not many people have done videos on Mario or Sonic, weirdly enough. That's just a joke video. Nah. Doomslayer, already got plenty of exposure. Eggman, probably. Wily, weirdly enough, maybe. Peach and Zelda. Peach, maybe. Zelda, I don't know. Thor, no. Raiden, again, Mortal Kombat someday. Link, I think, weirdly enough, yes. Cloud, probably not, because Final Fantasy lores. Oh, it gives me a headache. Pikachu, probably. Blanca, not really. Goku is Goku. Superman, whatever. Let's see, what else? Pokemon, someday I will do Pokemon 100%. Godzilla, nah, Chuck already done that. Scorpion, so actually, yeah, Scorpion is 100% a character I gotta do if I ever had to do a scaling video regarding a Mortal Kombat. Kirby, 100%, it's Kirby. Majin Buu, maybe. I think P also gets too much exposure. This one's garbage. Reminder, Big Thing guy beats up Big Thing because this guy's Big Thing. Like, great logic, death battle. Yes to both characters, but this fight also sucked. Hercule saying, come on now, like, someday I will. It's just, nah, I don't want to do a joke video at the moment. Mega Man, 100%. Pokemon, I already said. Bowser, maybe. Mewtwo, ooh, that would be a great video. Fairy Tail, y'all don't know, but yes, I will someday do Fairy Tail. It's gonna give me some time. Sonic, I already said. Mega Man, also, yeah, sure. No to Naruto or Bleach, because I'm telling y'all, bro, if I'm already struggling with Dragon Ball fans, bro, the Naruto fan base is gonna, they're just gonna shred me to death. The Bleach fans are just probably gonna be even worse. They're gonna hate me for even If I even say they're just 1% stronger or weaker than their opinions, they're gonna hate me, bro. They're gonna hate me so much, bro. Persona, 100%. I'm gonna do Persona one day. One Punch? Nah, I think that's also getting too much exposure as well. My Hero, weirdly, I would be okay to do My Hero scaling. It's just that I don't know if I'm that invested to really put the time to do it. Let's see what else. What else? I have considered Kill la Kill. I'm not sure if it's too niche to do it, but I can definitely do it. It's just I don't know if people would care. Let's see. And then the rest are kind of modern. I have considered doing Stitch scaling. I don't know why, but I'm just like, you know what, I could low-key, unironically. Bro, you would have to pay me to do My Little Pony scaling. I ain't doing that. You can, it's just that at this day and age, I don't think people would care to be that contentious about it. JJK has already given enough exposure. I don't really need to add much towards it. I could definitely do my own version of Gurren Lagann scaling, and yeah, that's about it. All right. Yeah, there's some series here and there that Death Buddha has done that I feel like I can give them proper credit. So, I don't know. Do you think I think you meant to say, do you take suggestions? Obviously I can take suggestions. I'd be even more open if someone wants to pay me to do a video. I'm okay with that as well. But who knows? Yeah, facts though. Meant to write, not take, not think. Samus is great, yeah. Scorpion's the goat, 100%. If there's a character you don't know, you should ask your audience how high they scale. Yeah, sure. But that's why I also do my own research and, you know, ask questions and logic. Final Fantasy lore factors Kingdom Hearts cosmology, if I recall. Oh, do they? Oh, that's even worse. Oh, gosh. Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh. I remember. Oh, I remember. Yeah, Cloud appears in Kingdom Hearts. Frick. And so does Sephiroth. Oh, my. Okay, yeah, Final Fantasy is gonna be when I'm 50 years old. I ain't doing that. Giant Slug versus Hildegard. Oh, yeah. Mega Man, please. 100%. I'm gonna do Mega Man someday. I read the Archie comics. They're actually okay. Story-wise, I'm not a huge fan of Dr. Light, but I mean, scaling-wise, oh yeah, that would be fun. And, you know, it's my channel. I can scale whatever I want, so I don't care. If you're any interested in doing Shovel Knight, I will watch DB Evolution. Yeah, no. No, bro, I would not force you to watch that movie just for that. But would numbers get into JoJo scaling, or is he gonna leave it like metas and jobbers? Probably I'll let them, because I don't know. It's hard to say because I like JoJo. It's just that it's very much skilled based and skilled, intelligence, and narrative based. Because I feel like there's not much I'm really going to be able to say that isn't already been said that you can just read at face value. So, I don't know. And to be fair, I think more often than not, JoJo scaling is fun because of cross scaling. So basically, people are interested in JoJo scaling because of how great their abilities could do in other verses. But in verse, people are just like, oh, yeah, whatever, you know. What's up, Fire Lizard? If you ever do scale a Charizard, I recommend Reds from Master X. He gets so much good scaling. That's pretty easy to understand. Oh, yeah, 100%. Bro, I'm telling you, someday I'm going to do Pokemon. Both from a joke perspective, like just for fun, but also from a serious perspective. Like, I'm like, bro, this Pokemon, he looks silly, and he is, but he's strong. And in the next video, I'm like, bro, this Pokemon is too strong and too serious, and you do need to take him seriously. Like, maybe I should do a video where it's like why anyone can beat this Pokemon. And then the next video is why this Pokemon solos your favorite verse. That's how it should be. That's going to be the energy, basically. Cloud and Sephiroth. Yeah, oh. Yeah. That's gonna, yeah. My Little Pony versus Dragon Ball went, oh, hell no. It's just, no. It's a very Haxon's battle. I keep, yeah. Contentious for a crossover. Yeah, 100%. I know for a fact that in these upcoming months, especially by the time my Pikkon video comes out, hopefully I'll be able to finally break the mold of me doing Dragon Ball videos and do something else. And hopefully, if I'm able to not only establish a good style outside of typical Dragon Ball, you know, presentation, it will give me a nice, a good form of inspiration and blueprint as to how I want to apply my style towards other franchises, because again, I really want to show the genuine interest and recognition these characters deserve, because I just don't like when the only goal is like, hey, let me have this matchup of Goku versus Mario and prove why Goku's better and Mario's just trash plumber because I hate this Mario character. It's like, no, I want to give the recognition they deserve, so that maybe because I think someday I do want to get back to versus matchups. But if I ever want to do that, I really need to show that, hey, I'm not just doing it for the sake of, hey, Goku's strongest. He's the strongest in all of fiction. Like, no, I gotta, you know, I gotta do it right, you know? How powerful the characters are from regular show are. Oh, gosh. And to be fair, it also depends on the verse, because, like, for example, the Evolution Goku video, I already know people, and the genuine consensus that people hates this movie. That's not going to stop me from still being accurate to the movie, but that also doesn't mean I can't make my own jabs at the movie, like, you know, poke fun of it and stuff, or just make some jokes that makes me, you know, crack up a little bit. So I think that's kind of what I'm trying to get at for future series. That's 100%. Again, I know there's one series I'm very much am looking forward to doing, because it's a endeavor I want to do. I don't care what anyone else has to say. I don't care if it's not going to get many views. I want to do it because I want to show my appreciation towards the series, because it's something I grew up with, and gosh dang, I got to do it because ain't nobody else is doing it. Might as well do it because it's fun and because it's free real estate, you know? But yeah, after, you know, well, tomorrow specifically, because after this live stream, I'm tired. But yeah, definitely beginning this week, I'm going to start doing those four projects. It's going to be fun. They're going to be pretty simple. I'm telling you, I'm excited. I'm genuinely, it's been a hot minute, but I'm excited to do the Pikkon video, because, ooh, man, I'm going to do some very spicy meatballs scaling, bro. I'm going to go, like, bro, y'all asking me why do I call myself numbers? I'm telling you, That video is probably gonna be one of the reasons why they call me Numbers. Cause oh man, the numbers I'm gonna be bringing up is gonna be crazy. As long as you enjoy yourself, it's all that matters. People miss the time you make videos. Yeah, no, that's a stupid job. Yeah. To be fair though, I still think it's unacceptable. It took me 8 months to finally upload something, but I'm just glad I'm finally back in the swing of things. Oh man, bro, I'm telling y'all. I think people will not be as surprised by what I'm gonna say, but I'm still gonna be like, oh man, okay, maybe in hindsight, the Pikkon is the GOAT. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. Nah, boss, you ain't. Nah, I'm telling y'all gonna be learning something today. I'm telling y'all. Oh man. Oh, and also considering the fact that unfortunately Dragon Ball ain't getting new content anytime soon. The only new content we're getting is from the game, so yeah, so we're gonna have to wait quite a bit until any new material is gonna come out, so why not, you know, do content that still exists at the moment? Actually, I'm curious. So because this Death Battle got dismantled, I don't get copyrighted from reacting to their matchups anymore, right? I'm assuming not. I was considering reacting to one of their videos, but yeah, because it's so weird. There's always the extremes of either people don't want to hype up these characters, and then the extreme of people overhyping their characters. I don't know why why people struggle with that. It doesn't have to be like Death Battle related, but it's like, bro, Gojo's like a prime example. It's like this new shonen getting popular enough within the manga, get an anime, and then a bunch of random fans that never read the manga all of a sudden acting like, oh man, we really think he's gonna solo all of Dragon Ball. It's like, alright, calm down, brother. Come on. You ain't gonna be doing that. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. New gens, other, hold on, what? Yeah. After the Zeta video, yeah, bruh. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Bro, actually, you know what? Okay. I think that's a great way to end it off. I've got a... Thankfully, it's only 13 minutes long, but I'm telling you, bro, I got so mad just watching, like, the first bit of it. Okay, so I think, yeah, I'll keep my promise. I'm gonna react to Saiyan Scholar's last video, or the grade form scaling. I'm telling you, bro, it was so bad. It frustrated me, so... Thankfully, it's 13 minutes long, so it's not as long as Zeta's video, but I'm telling you, bro, I don't get... I'm telling you, someday I will do a grade 4 scaling video, and maybe it's gonna be a poll, but I might consider doing it after the Pikkon video, or maybe next year. I don't know. We'll see. But it's gonna be a video I think I should do, because at this point I'm just getting tired of repeating myself across Discord servers and stuff. It would be a fun video just to, you know, set my consensus towards it and just be like, hey guys, if you really want the answer, or if you really want to hear my opinion, here's the video. Just watch the video and then that's it. I'm not gonna, you know, write text walls about it. Yeah, let's go. All right, let's do this.
Over the years, the Master Super Saiyan or Super Saiyan Grade 4 that Goku and Gohan first demonstrated in the Cell games is debated to be stronger than the initial Super Saiyan transformation that Goku and the others showcased before the Cell games. Not in terms of the Cell Saga Goku Gohan being stronger than previous arcs as a whole, I'm talking about the actual transformation multiplier. This form is also known as Full Power Super Saiyan.
Yeah.
Let's break down why it's seen as stronger, but also why it's not, along with what the form actually is when comparing it straight up to the power multipliers of the other Super Saiyan grades. Some fans label Super Saiyan Grade 4 as a stronger multiplier than even Grade 2 and Grade 3, that Vegeta and Trunks made famous.
Yes.
This can actually be bait and trick some people into thinking it's the form itself being a stronger multiplier of power, when in fact, Goku had a much stronger base level after the Time Chamber training, which made his Super Saiyan form look far greater than Vegeta and Trunks' previous fights. But it's important to consider how strong Goku's raw power could actually go if he bulked up his muscles, because he's still capable of doing that, even if he has Grade 4. He just chose not to go down that path because he wanted to fight with efficiency rather than brute power alone. The entire message behind their training and the battle with Trunks vs. Cell. But in training that way, he got stronger overall anyway. It's all to do with that training type. Despite Grade 4 being a different level of form to Super Saiyan Grade 1, it's still Super Saiyan 1's power without any negative drawbacks.
So his claim is, okay, I'm assuming that his claim is that Grade 4 is still 50 times, but his base form increased, right? That's the claim he's trying to make, I'm assuming. And then is this happening than what he says? Yeah, I know, right? I also agree with that.
Emotional drawback, minimal to no power drain, except for what Goku and Gohan use in battle itself. There's arguments that Full Power Super Saiyan is a 500 to 1,000 times multiplier from base form, based on what L manga led.
From base? Oh, yeah, from base.
Mario says, a guide published by Bird Studios before being translated to Spanish. But there's also other official material, like the other guide published by Bird Studios, the super exciting guide, that doesn't support it, along with other material and also the core story itself. But the tricky situation we as fans are in is that we have multiple materials to pull from. And because there's so much out there, most official and often contradicted, it's a case of choosing red or blue. I'm not saying other guides are wrong, I'm saying I choose other guides to support the core material, and if you think different in this, that's cool, no biggie.
Well, that's why we use preponderance of evidence. Whichever has the preponderance of evidence is the more valid argument. So that's why you can, that's why we don't say, oh well, in my opinion, no. It's either A, it is above 50 times, or B, it's not 50 times. So you just look on the consistency of evidence, and from what I've seen, yes, it is above 50 times, 100%.
So for the initial Super Saiyan transformation, things are self-explanatory. Several media super exciting guide that Daizenshu, just the initial Super Saiyan transformation is a 50 times multiplier of Grey Saiyan's base form power, which is pretty common knowledge. Every other form is given in secondary supporting material like guidebooks or even third material like pamphlets. The actual Dragon Ball story never hints at any set increase for Super Saiyan 2, 3 or anything. Characters just get shocked by the increase in power and that's it. So that's something to consider here. With the second grade, it's a bit ambiguous as to its multiplier from the initial Super Saiyan form. It is stated in the Daizenshu that Super Saiyan Grade 2 increases both user speed and power, unlike third grade. Now, if we do go with the super exciting guy, Grade 2 is not going to be double or triple Super Saiyan 1 because it said Super Saiyan 2 is 2 times Super Saiyan.
Well, okay, so here's the first problem that you can just argue. First, so one problem he's going to make throughout this entire video is he's prioritizing this one guidebook source over everything else. But here's the thing, if you literally omit this entire source completely, nothing else is contradicted. Literally, everything else still sets into place without any issues whatsoever. But because he prioritizes this over the very story itself, the dialogue of the characters, the author's intentions, he thinks that it cannot be above 50 times because of this one source. And the reason why this is wrong is because A, in the manga itself, like for example, Goku doesn't even call Super Saiyan 2 like Super Saiyan 2, he just calls it a Super Saiyan above Super Saiyan. And then what was it? Even in like for example in the manga of Super, I'm pretty sure Goku Black defines Super Saiyan God as a regular Super Saiyan form, but we know that's clearly not true. Super Saiyan God is nothing like the regular Super Saiyan form. So, and then even before that, there's like the Super Saiyan of Legend. Then there's the super legendary Super Saiyan Goku, and then there's the actual legendary Super Saiyan form of Broly. And then there's the legendary Saiyan via Kale. Like, there's so many Super Saiyan legendary definitions that they have to have their own sub-definition. So this guidebook can literally just be justified by generalizing Super Saiyan on a broad level. And even then, that wouldn't be an issue because we can still say, oh, well, Super Saiyan 2 is still just 2 times. We just upscaled the Super Saiyan 1 multiplier just a little higher. So it's not that much of an issue. So him saying, oh, well, grade 2 increases power and speed. Okay, well, then we just say, like, assume grade 2 is like 60 times. Okay, then Super Saiyan 2 is 2 times of 60. There you go. Problem solved. It's not that complicated.
Super Saiyan 1 because it said Super Saiyan 2 is 2 times Super Saiyan 1. Yes, that could mean either grade 1 or grade 4, and you'll see why in a bit when we look at the core story of Dragon Ball without the guys to sidetrack us, that it doesn't matter if it's grade 1 or grade 4. But either way,
no, it does matter if it's grade 1 or grade 4. Otherwise, if it doesn't matter, then what was the point of them training when they get 0 growth gains or just overall improvements of their ki control? It does matter.
Falls roughly between 10 to 50% stronger than Super Saiyan grade 1.
Wait, what? 10? Hold on, whoa.
Grade 2 falls roughly between 10 to 50% stronger than Super Saiyan grade 1.
Okay, that's definitely headcanon. We don't really know how much stronger, because you can still because you can still either A, upscale grade 2, but also upscale Semi-Cell, or just downplay it, but still it doesn't matter. It's either way, grade 2 is a superior grade 1. So, no, I still think that's headcanon. There's no way to really objectively prove the multiplier. We just know it's a better form than grade 1. So, by default, he already lost his own argument because grade 2, by concept, is above grade 1. So, it has to be above the 50 times multiplier. So, surely grade 4 being above grade 2 automatically means that, yes, grade 4, by concept, can indeed surpass the 50 times multiplier. And it would not at all contradict the narrative of the Cell games and beyond. So, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's already 3 minutes in and he already lost the plot, guys.
It doesn't matter if it's 10% stronger than regular Super Saiyan because the true difference maker is Vegeta's new base form power. Post-hyperbolic time chamber, that's what really closes.
No, it could also be both. He could be stronger and base and also get an increase on his form multiplier, because that's just how strong Semi-Cell got, or just Perfect Cell in general. And in fact, that would also upscale Perfect Cell as well. So I don't get why he thinks that it must be their base power when it's like, no, they can also increase their form multipliers in conjunction to their base power.
This is the gap on Cell. Some people forget the raw power increase the fighters get without even powering up, meaning Vegeta's regular Super Saiyan form is insanely stronger post-time chamber than the version that fought Android 18. And
okay, but the question then becomes, why did he rely on grade 2? If his base power is so strong, why did he need to rely on grade 2 to begin with? Why couldn't he just rely on regular Super Saiyan 1? In fact, narratively, it has to make sense, because what's the point of Toriyama creating grade 2 if all he had to do was just say, hey, Vegeta's still Super Saiyan 1, but his base form got stronger. That's it. The narrative could still remain the same, but no. Toriyama made it very clear that his intention was to somehow find a level beyond grade 1. Otherwise, he should not have created grade 2, but he clearly did for a reason.
could probably have measured up to semi-perfect Cell in grade 1.
Actually, that's wrong, because he's also using every source imaginable, so that includes the anime. Vegeta literally gave Semi-Cell a chance to punch him at full power, and he actually bled. Like he had his mouth bled. That's actually not good scaling for Vegeta, because you've seen other examples, like for example, Perfect Cell gets kicked by full power grade 2 Vegeta, and he got nothing out of it. Even grade 2 Trunks tried to punch him when he was just like looking at his arms, Perfect Cell, showing up, and he did not even budge, bro. But Vegeta, in Scholar's logic, an increase in base power and a supposed 50% increase on the grade 2 multiplier, and he still reacted and draw blood by semi-cell. That's terrible scaling for the grade 2 multiplier. So I'm just saying, but that kind of tells you that maybe either A semi-cell is actually stronger than we think, or B, their growth was actually not that impressive even after the supposed base increase and grade 2 multiplier. So again, Scholar's losing the plot immediately.
10% stronger in all of Dragon Ball is a game changer, especially when power levels were an official guide for battle. A 10% higher power level pretty much guaranteed you victory unless you made a mistake. Now interestingly, El Manga Legendario states the Super Saiyan 3rd grade offers an increase in raw power 10 times from the prior stage, or 2nd grade, meaning they are lowballing it as 500 times base form at the very least, which basically goes against the super exciting guide of Super Saiyan 2 being 100 times base form.
Okay, again, he is prioritizing the super exciting guide over every other source. Why is the super exciting guide a higher authority than these other sources? El Manga Legendario was literally written by Bird Studio, which was where Toriyama made the manga. Why is the super exciting guide higher relevance than that one? All you have to do is just upscale the forms. If grade 3 is 500 times base, then naturally Super Saiyan 2 is 2 times of grade 3 and therefore 1,000 times base. And the rest of the story can work perfectly fine. That's all you need to do. It just upscales the forms a little bit. That's all you have to say. It doesn't contradict the multiplier, because we didn't say change the 2 times multiplier of Super Saiyan 2. No, we're just saying change the multiplier for grade 1. That's it. We didn't change anything else from the source or from the guidebooks, because keep in mind, Super Exciting Guide is just not that one multiplier scan. It's multiple pages of other things. So we're not debunking the entirety of the Super Exciting Guide. We're just slightly adjusting or revising that one source with that one statement. That's it. And that's perfectly fine. Oh, sorry. I forgot. I dropped the audio a little bit. My bad. Hopefully, should be loud. If it's too loud, just tell me.
And even Super Saiyan 3 being 400 times base form. You'll soon see why grade 3 being a low ball 500 times base form is ridiculous based on what occurs in the actual story itself. Like I said, you can apply these numbers from El Manga if you want to, but you're going to hit some roadblocks. A big one
No, you don't.
being the narrative that really doesn't care about numbers.
Yeah, it does, actually. If the narrative did not care about numbers, then why did Goku needed a 50 times multiplier to finally rival a full power Frieza? Because if we just say, okay, the guidebooks don't matter, well, then it doesn't matter. Narratively, Goku lost even with a 20 times Kaioken multiplier, but then he was literally folding Frieza with a 50 times multiplier. So clearly even the narrative is validating these numbers. So yes, these grade 4 multipliers do in fact matter to the narrative. It's not just a one or the other, it's one and the other.
Once again, the Super Exciting Guide is also another official guidebook by Shueisha, but I recommend always sticking to the core story first before applying any other material for debate.
Okay, well, the narrative is validating the guidebooks, so the guidebooks are valid because the narrative validates them.
Weighing everything up is also important here, and if I've missed anything, leave me a comment supporting either side on if you think Super Saiyan Grade 4 is still 50 times or more.
Yeah, you missed the plot.
Now, the Super Exciting Guide is also not bulletproof, but I feel the numbers work better for the core story and...
Okay, hold on. Pay attention, everybody, what he just said.
Not bulletproof, but I feel the numbers work better for the core story and...
I feel the numbers work better for the core story. So he's literally just saying, but my headcanon. But my headcanon works better for the core story. That's literally what he just says, basically. My feeling says that the Super Exciting Guide is better than the El Manga Legendario. That's literally what he basically was trying to justify, bro. You cannot make this stuff up. And look, keep in mind, the counter arguments I was saying was not feelings. I was literally validating the narrative with the guidebooks, and it works perfectly fine. I did not say, oh, but in my opinion, I think the story... No. No, I did not do any of that, but apparently Scholar is allowed to get away with it.
And there's also an argument I once made that Super Saiyan Grade 1 is way higher than 50 times because of the fact when Goku first turned Super Saiyan against Frieza, he was unable to stand and nearly exhausted in base form after
What?
using the Spirit Bomb. So 50 times on top of that weakened base would have never reached 50% Frieza in numbers unless Super Saiyan had a stronger multiplier altogether. But again, there's counters to that saying a Rage Boost healed Goku's ki. So it comes down to theory versus theory, which is why guides are there to support if needed. Plus, as I said, it was officially said Super Saiyan is a 50 times boost. So that's my theory out the window, even if it makes sense.
No, your theory did not make sense, and also it was not even validated by the very narrative. So he's basically trying to validate his own headcanon and going against official sources, because at least the official source is, you know, part of the official branding, whereas he's just a random fan trying to validate his own stance of the story because he just can't read. Bro, you just cannot make this stuff up.
Other official material from the Trunks TV special Animanga in 1993 tells us about the grades themselves and states the following about Mastered Super Saiyan. A form where they remain Super Saiyan on a regular basis without consciously raising their ki. Grade 1 already struck a balance between factors such as power and energy consumption. Grade 4 takes that and removes Grade 1's trademark sense of mild agitation. The result is a natural form of Super Saiyan without the violent personality. Without even trying to confuse yourselves, that's basically saying Grade 4 is Grade 1, but more natural. He's still in Super Saiyan, but simply stops suppressing himself in the form during combat. This is also further backed up in the official story when Vegeta educates Trunks about Goku simply getting used to this normal Super Saiyan form and the strain not being heavy when he increases ki.
Okay, so so that's, first of all, nice scan, not even the official one, but second of all, the original Japanese dialogue was even more direct. The original dialogue straight up says that he can increase his ki as necessary without no, he can increase the form's ki without affecting his body. So the Japanese kanji is more direct to the actual Viz translation, and yet he just assumes that, oh well, grade 4 just must be, you know, better key control, which is ironic because he's gonna bring that up in a bit. I'll pause it again, but yeah.
Getting used to this normal Super Saiyan form and the strain not being heavy when he increases ki. This was in response to Trunks simply assuming Goku's going to transform even stronger against Cell, which was completely missing the point of what Goku was doing. When Goku powered up halfway for Korin, he simply stayed in the same form he was in. In the Cell games, he just unleashed the rest of that ki. His hair even remains the same.
Oh my gosh. Bro, he's really gonna be comparing hairstyles to define multipliers? Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, bro.
Definition from the art style of Grade 1 in this very arc, unlike Grade 2 and 3 emphasize more defined hair slightly each time to emphasize a stronger form multiplier. Even Goku's hair did this in the time chamber when demonstrating Grade 2 and 3. That's what happens to Saiyan's hair with stronger grade multipliers, where Grade 5, aka Super Saiyan 2, is the most defined and sharpest look for the hair from the energy and power-ups. So Grade 4, still the same old Super Saiyan 1 look. That's a big visual clue. If it was a stronger multiplier than Grade 2 or 3, then the hair definition should be very sharp. Looking
What? No, it doesn't. What? What? He's what? Oh my gosh. Bro, this is an actual Dragon Ball fan. I cannot believe this. This is the year 2025 and people are still arguing this way. Oh, well, if you look at this strand based on the... Oh my gosh. This is so bad, bro.
in the middle between Grade 3 and Grade 5, but it's not. They never acknowledge Goku's transforming at all. They just acknowledge his power-up moments and the state he's in post-leap.
Yeah, because he's improving his key control. Does he not understand what key control does in Dragon Ball, bro?
Time chamber, it's a constant form for him and Gohan, and even in the time chamber he said, we're going to get used to staying in this Grade 1 form all the time.
Yes, because of key control. The better your key control, the better your optimization towards all your abilities, not just your base.
Grade 4 is just Grade 1 without disadvantages by concept. I suppose it's like having a lamb shank, and you cut off a lot of the fat trimmings so you eat mostly protein. My point being, it's still lamb, it's not transformed into chicken. The exceptions are obviously Grade 2 and 3, where the Saiyan deliberately cashes in all their points for strength and speed at the cost of stamina in Grade 2, or in Grade 3 for more strength at the cost of speed and more stamina. Again, they are still Super Saiyan 1, but a Super Saiyan 1 with different statistics, different mutations of simply Super Saiyan. Even Toriyama called Super Saiyan 2 and 3 powered-up variations of Super Saiyan, and that Saiyans can train to use all their power in Super Saiyan without needing to go Super Saiyan 2 or 3.
Wait, what? He even acknowledges it. What? Bro, he literally just says it. He admits that, yeah, Toriyama in one interview compared Super Saiyan 2 and 3 as powered-up variants to grade 1 or grade 4. Yet he's still saying that, oh no, grade 4 cannot be above 50 times multiplier. Bro, he literally just, he conceded his own claims. What's the point of this video existing anymore?
It's Goku's naming convention. In the Cell games, at the time it debuted, it wasn't called Super Saiyan 2.
So then why are you Bro, so then why are you putting that as a valid argument? That doesn't matter about the naming convention. It's just the multiplier that we care about.
Actually Super Saiyan 5th grade, which looks more intense with the lightning, but the meme about it looking just like Super Saiyan 1 and not much difference to the untrained eye still holds some weight in actual sense, because it really doesn't look that much different apart from more defined hair and of course.
Then did you? Yeah, the person who says, "Oh, doesn't that much different," is also the same guy saying, "Oh, well, look at the hair. He has less bangs, so he's weaker than grade 2." It's like,
Lightning. It's still spiky blonde hair from base form black hair. Even though it's a new transformation, it's
also, does he forget that in some moments in the anime, he does power up in grade 1, so but he's a little bit more spikier, but he's not transformed. So it's like, I don't know. I don't even.
still Super Saiyan. It's more like sub-levels of the same form, not an entirely new transformation like if Goku were to go Super Saiyan God or the Uzaru pathway.
Well, no duh, but he's still getting an increased multiplier because he doesn't need to rely on a new form. He can just obtain the power up within his base form.
Or Ultra Instinct. I suppose Super Saiyan 3 could technically be called Super Saiyan Grade 6, seeing as it's a further mutation of Super Saiyan Grade 5. However, it should be noted that some often associate a new multiplier to Master Super Saiyan because of the fact Super Saiyan Grade 2 and 3 have higher power multipliers than Grade 1, and so does Grade 5, aka Super Saiyan 2.
Yes. Yeah, so what's wrong with that? Grade 2 is above grade 1, grade 3 is above grade 2, grade 4 should be above grade 3, and therefore grade 5, i.e. Super Saiyan 2, is also above grade 4. It doesn't contradict the narrative at all. Goku fights Cell. He couldn't beat him even at full power. Gohan fights him, does a little bit better. He goes Super Saiyan 2, and he does better. And he wins. Even when Cell gets stronger. Who would have thought? Even by Buu Saga, both Vegeta and Goku obtain Super Saiyan 2, i.e. grade 5, and they get stronger. What's the contradiction of the narrative? There is no contradiction to the narrative.
It would make sense to some as to why not just give a new number to Super Saiyan Grade 4 to follow suit of these sub-levels of Super.
It did get a number. It's called grade 4 for a reason. What? Hold on, let me repeat. Hold on. I gotta make sure I didn't misheard him.
It makes sense to some as to why not just give a new number to Super Saiyan Grade 4 to follow suit of these sub-levels of Super Saiyan. Well, the problem there is that the grades multiply for different reasons each time.
What?
Grade 2 and 3 are simply raw increases in power level of the Super Saiyan form, not overall combat efficiency of Super Saiyan. Most characters, including Cell, can just buff up as well for raw power in sacrifice for their efficiency. It's simply key manipulation to higher levels at the cost of stamina.
Okay, it's basically confirmed that Scholar does not know anything about key control. So the issue is that... Oh, I didn't realize... Actually, you know what? I was going to put it HD, but you know what? Scholar doesn't deserve the HD quality. So he literally does not know about key control. The reason why Trunks fails specifically, I mean, for one, he is a naive child. He only trained under future Gohan, and he thought he could beat the androids but lost. And then he didn't even know how strong his dad was until he actually fought 18. So using Trunks as a basis is not great because it's already confirmed consistently from narrative Trunks is not a experienced veteran fighter like his dad or Goku. So that's issue number one. Issue number two is that even Cell himself acknowledges that Vegeta is aware of the limitations of grade 3. That's why he didn't use it, but he did use grade 2. And the reason why Trunks did it is because they failed to understand that buffing up your muscles with a force power-up is not an equivalent exchange of increased power level. And that's why Goku's grade 4 solution is the key to that problem, because that's why Toriyama in interviews, he says there's a limit to what your physical capacity can do, but only through ki can you reach new levels of power and, you know, become stronger. but you need better key control to continue up that chain. That's the point of grade 4. So that's why you don't see him get muscular, because he's not making a forced physical increase. He's making a key increase. Hence, greater key control, greater strength, greater speed, greater stamina, greater everything. Trunks only prioritize one of the aspects, as in strength, but at the cost of stamina and speed and everything else. Goku managed to figure out how to balance everything. That's the why grade 4 can still be a above 500 times multiplier and still be strong. And the only thing it would do is just make Perfect Cell much stronger than we anticipated. That's all. And whoop-de-doo, Perfect Cell is strong. Who would have thought? Wow. It took Super Saiyan 2 with Rage Boost with Unlocked Potential Gohan to beat him. An Ultra Prodigy versus an Ultra Prodigy villain. Wow, who would have thought?
But grade 5 is way more effective at this. It's an increase in power level, but also speed and overall combat efficiency, stamina. They're all in good condition if you can pull this form off. So grade 4 doesn't have to be forced to have a new multiplier just for...
No, it can. It can. The issue that he's having is that he refused to believe the possibility of it being a thing. Even though narratively it can function if within the story. Toriyama validates it, the guidebooks, the characters themselves with their dialogue, even the feats that they're shown, proves that it can happen.
To look nice and neat with the rest of the grades. We already know officially what grade 4 is, as stated previously from lore itself in the story. Make your Master Super Saiyan, based on what I've read, still a 50 times multiplier, but Goku's maximum strength after the time chamber is just way more than Trunks and Vegeta's at that point of the Cell games, which would make his base form naturally stronger after the type of training he did. For some reason, mastering Super Saiyan the way he did with Gohan as a new base form made their regular base form shoot up in higher levels, seeing as they don't even feel Super Saiyan when at rest. I'm obviously comparing Goku's base form to the Saiyans at the start of the Cell games because there's arguments to be made about Vegeta's strength after Trunks dies. The boost he has really makes Super Perfect Cell brace for impact, which is actually 3 levels of power higher than the Cell that fought Goku previously.
Did he even brace for impact? No, he didn't. And also, you can just be like, oh, he's getting serious now. That's a... Bro, he literally Bro, the anime is even worse. People think, oh, but Vegeta grade 2 damaged Cell with the Final Flash. Oh yeah, well, he was just playing around, because by the time the Cell Juniors appeared, one of them literally grabbed and kicked away his Final Flash. A stronger Vegeta with 10 days of prep, and the Cell Junior literally grabbed and kicked that thing away, and then he just bullied Vegeta afterward. And the guidebooks literally confirm that the Cell Juniors are either equal to the Saiyans or on par or equal to the actual Perfect Cell. So Super Perfect Cell could have just stood there and he would have, not reacted even if Vegeta was enraged. So I don't know what kind of argument he's trying to use that, so...
Remember, Cell powered up against Gohan, then proceeded to enhance his strength again in his buff form, and finally Super Perfect Cell. So you could argue if Goku blasted Super Perfect Cell, Cell might not have to brace, and Vegeta received a rage boost of power from the death of Trunks, which would make his base stronger post-battle.
Now shut up. No, it's not. No.
was crazy with power-ups, and base powers fluctuate all the time, and this is no exception.
Wait, so he can acknowledge that, oh, well, Vegeta gets a rage boost onto a form, but Goku with the grade 4 cans? Are you kidding me?
But either way, grade 4 is not stronger than grade 1.
Yes, it is. You just refuse to acknowledge the narrative consistency because one super exciting guide and that's it. That's literally his only argument is based on this one single source. Where is it? Literally his entire stance towards all of this is because of one super exciting guide. That I'm not kidding. If you were to take away that one specific source, I can't even find it. If you were to take away that one specific source, he has no argument.
If someone sprints faster than you one time, and that's such by surprise, to which he responded with power in Dragon Ball. Goku was able to fight at a higher threshold for much longer in the fight, and that's such a game changer. For example, Dragon Ball is crazy with power-ups, and base powers fluctuate all the time, and this is no exception. Bench 150 kilograms, 3 times, and you could endure a longer session. Higher threshold for much longer in the fight, and that's such a game changer. For example, the first time we had wind of infinite stamina against 18, she stated that she was going full power midway through their battle, and when she did, caught Vegeta by surprise, to which he responded with attacks of his own, and even held his own for a few minutes, until it was narratively shoved in our face that Vegeta's stamina is what keeps dropping whilst 18 remains the same, and it was at that point that Vegeta couldn't hold his own in power anymore.
Well, yeah, but even with grade 4, their stamina is not infinite either. Even if grade 4 is their new base, that doesn't matter. At some point, Goku's still gonna run out of his stamina. Like, bro, even by the time he required perfect key control to obtain blue, Goku still runs out of stamina. Are we even reading the same series at this point?
That's why stamina is important, because imagine a fight where Vegeta remained at 100% power the whole fight against Android 18. Even with 18 being stronger in raw power, the fight would indeed have lasted way longer and
No. Whoa. No.
Stronger in raw power.
No. 18 is not stronger than Vegeta at this point. Every guidebook imaginable confirmed that they were equal in power, straight up. The only reason why he lost was just because the form uses up his ki and therefore affects his stamina, so he cannot keep up with someone who literally has infinite ki. If he were to have infinite ki, it basically would just be stalemated. It would have been a fight of attrition. He doesn't even know that, bro. He doesn't even know that. In my future Gohan video, I literally showed like 6 scans of them confirming in every guidebook imaginable that they are equal in power, bro. Like, come on.
The fight would indeed have lasted way longer and caused him more trouble due to Vegeta's infinite stamina, hypothetically. Which goes to show how important staying at a higher threshold of power and stamina is with Mastered Super Saiyan. It's important because you could bulk up your power massively, miss a few hits, then your power and stamina start dipping below your regular form because you've overexerted.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Did you forget that Cell has No. Android 17 had infinite ki, yet he got bullied by the Imperfect Cell. And then it's confirming guidebook that he took his infinite ki generator. So even Perfect Cell has infinite ki, but he literally got no diff by Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. So having infinite ki and infinite stamina does not matter in a fight if your opponent is just that strong. So even that argument doesn't even work in this stance. The fact that Vegeta with finite stamina can still keep up with someone with infinite stamina is already an impressive feat. Like, seriously.
Conditioning, scholars, that's the message. Stay at your maximum for longer. It doesn't matter if someone sprints faster than you one time. If you do 10 in a row,
oh my gosh,
the following 9 because their stamina is so bad, then you're the strongest sprinter overall for the whole contest.
Oh my
gosh.
I
said, Goku and Gohan could bulk up their muscles in grade 2 or 3 for extra power if they wanted to, but only in comparison to grade 4 and grade 1. When it comes to grade 5, aka Super Saiyan 2, that's a roadblock. The Trunks TV anime comic already dubs grade 5 as the strongest form. Combining that with a picture from the supplemental Daizenshu, the picture from the Super Exciting Guide, along with Herm's 98 translations, it would pretty much confirm that grade 3 is most likely less than 100 times base form, unlike Super Saiyan 2's.
What? What? Wait, what? Hold on.
Confirm that grade 3 is most likely less than 100 times base form.
Is most likely less than 100 times base form because of the Super Exciting Guide? What?
Unlike Super Saiyan 2's, a hypothetical buff Gohan in the Cell games would not be the same power as future Trunks versus Cell. We need to remember that. He would be much stronger. I guess you could say Super Saiyan grade 1 is 50 times, grade 2 is about 70 times base form, grade 3...
Okay, so now he changed it up. He went from 10 to 50% to all of a sudden a 70 times multiplier? What the heck?
Approximately 90 times base form with
oh my gosh
speed problems, but grade 5 is 100 times base form with no speed problems. In conclusion, Super Saiyan grade 4 is still...
And even his conclusion doesn't make sense. So, Goku can still keep up with Perfect Cell even more than Vegeta with a grade 2, as in his perspective, a 70 times boost. And yet, he still did better than both grade 2 or grade 3 Trunks. And yet here comes Gohan doing just as well, and then still winning with the grade, like, bro.
His base form, but it's also able to be 500 to 1,000 times depending on what sources you use.
Okay, so now he's just backtracking again. So he made an entire video where he's like, yeah, I think 90% the conclusion is not 50 times. But I'm not gonna argue about the other side, so...
The great thing about Dragon Ball is that it's the most inconsistent, nonsensical franchise that ever has existed.
No, you just don't know how to read.
Which is why we all continue to argue with our cherry-pick sources.
No, we only cherry-pick because people like you refuse to read the actual sources and worry the actual story.
Cherry-pick sources, just like Buhan versus Kid Buu. Thank you for watching. Until we meet again.
No, I hope we don't meet again. Yeah, we're done with that. Yeah. Ugh. Yeah, that was just terrible, bro. Oh my gosh. Ugh, bro, that was so terrible, bro. Oh. Yeah, I love those beats, bruh. And see, this is what I have to deal with every time, bro. This is the fan base nowadays. It's the same arguments every time, bro. It's always, oh, grade 4 is not above 50 times. GT must be out of Versal and above all scaling across the entire franchise. You know, Arale must be canon. The anime must be canon to the movie. Like, it's always the same regurgitated arguments, bro. It's so sad, man. The fan base is not that intelligent. But then again, since what... Name any other fan base that even is intelligent. Like, you got a bunch of dumb My Hero fans, a bunch of dumb Naruto fans, stupid Bleach fans, stupid Fairy Tail fans, dumb Sonic fans. Like, I think most fan bases are not that smart. I don't want to just specifically say Dragon Ball fan base is dumb. Like, nah, a majority of fan bases just do not know how to read. They don't understand how to articulate the narrative with, like, from one dialogue to the next. They just really don't. Which is sad, because Dragon Ball is literally one of the more commonly open story you can possibly just open up to. And yet there's a bunch of other stories that are just going to go way beyond normal, everyday man. And it's like, it's so sad, bro. Well, thankfully, I'm not the 90% power scalers, bro. Okay, no, I'll admit, I do roast myself in my own videos where I make errors, where I'm like, oops, I didn't read carefully, but whatever. Yeah, but like I said, it's thanks to Scholar that I'll make my own grade 4 power scaling video, so I'll give him credit for that. It motivated me to eventually do my own video towards that subject, but yeah, that was just painful. Yeah, Zeta, I thought he was gonna do great with this GT scaling, but I already gave up halfway, and Scholar, even with all his access to research and info, he's still making the same terrible arguments as everybody else. Like, that's so sad, bro. Like, that's why I'm not that enthusiastic about always having to interact with every fan base, because if you've seen one, you've seen it all. You know what I'm saying? You already know how the Dragon Ball fan base is gonna act. You also know how the Bleach fans are gonna act. You apply that to one franchise after another, it's gonna be no different. Let's just be real here. Like, I'm telling you, bro, there have been so many... It took so many years for example, Versus Battle Wiki to admit that Roshi's Moon Feat was not an outlier. So now imagine every other topic related to Dragon Ball scaling. Kid Buu versus Buhan. Is Broly the strongest? Is GT really strong? It's the same regurgitated thing. That's why I'm glad I do the more obscure topics of characters, because I hate the fact... I mean, I'm glad that at least my grade 4 scaling video will, you know, finally well, okay, I don't want to hype it up, but I hope it can break the mold of the same repeated arguments, but I prefer to talk about something else that's rarely brought up. I'm tired of the same Goku matchups. I'm tired of seeing the same boring grade 4 scaling multipliers. It's so dumb. That's why I have high expectations for everybody, because I'm like, bro, it shouldn't be hard, but apparently it is. People just don't have the brain capacity to actually do that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the minority of actual critical thinkers are being compared to the most average Andes ever. It's like, wow. Because there are times where I'm like, maybe my scaling is a bit off, but then when I heard some of the more like the similar argumentations, I'm like, no, the ones who actually do know how to read and write and stuff, they're like, no, they agree with most of my positions. Like, again, great example is Bleach. When I got into the anime, I wasn't doing it for power scaling. I just generally wanted to see how's the story. And when I was keeping in the back of my mind some of the feats and stuff, I'm like, dang, Ichigo's really strong. But then when I seen some of the power scaling, I'm like, wait, people misinterpreted this moment? What? People thought Ichigo was slow? People really thought that Ukiura wasn't this level of power? It's like, it really is sad that even when you're just watching it casually, there's some basic narrative plot points that fans just apparently don't get. It's really sad. Y'all got another suggestions for music? I'm trying to think of one. I don't want to do Sonic again. Yeah, I was gonna say, let's put some Naruto music in. Yeah, there you go. I'm a fan of most Nasu media, but I never once just ran to some random person and say your versus. That's funny. Yeah, I just don't get it. It's every verse in general that happens that way. Godzilla fans, Marvel fans. Bro, Marvel and DC are like prime examples. People still think that Spider-Man is like building level when it's like, bro, you're way behind. You're way behind the times. That's why I'm legit looking forward to doing video game scaling, because I want to assume it's because of the medium. I mean, thankfully, I think power scaling series like Elden Ring, Dark Souls, and stuff, God of War, for example. What was the last one example? Doom. People are starting to give video game characters the credit that they deserve. But I think it's because of presentation that people do not realize that even if presentation it looks cartoonish or childish or, you know, not super edgy, serious, you know, morality and sadness and stuff, doesn't matter. Presentation can be a factor of how strong a character can be, but it's not the only means to present something. Oh, Gameto? Yeah, I love their covers. Yeah, sure, why not? I haven't heard this one. Which one though? Oh, okay. I'll just do the. Hell yeah, Final Fantasy. And by the way, if y'all curious why my audio mixing sucks, it's because my ears suck. So I'm pretty sure I'm going deaf way too early at this rate. And plus, I don't know if my audio is too high for y'all, or my voice is too loud, whereas my music is too loud. Especially when I can adjust my headphones, so... Meanwhile, I'm trying to think, I'm actually curious, do I have... Let me look at my back catalog. Actually, yeah, sure. Oh, heck yeah, this goes hard. Heck yeah. I'm trying to look if there's any other potential not really, honestly. Yeah, I was trying to see if there's any potential new donation goals I can possibly do. Yeah, the music is lower than your voice, but thank gosh the videos are lower. Yeah. There you go, a little bit louder. Yeah, you have no idea how bad my hearing is. Actually, I should probably check the doctors to be like, hey, in relation to a healthy person of my age, is my ears effed up or not? I was gonna say, for a split second, I thought this was Sephiroth's theme. I was like, what the heck? Oh, yeah. Hold on a sec. Oh, gosh. Alright. Hold on. Sorry, I'm doing a bunch of research while also live streaming. Yeah, numbers is multi working at the same time. Ain't that something? Darn. Alright. Frick. I mean, on one hand, there's one. Oh, gosh dang it. Alright, fine. Dr. Wheeler, what's up? Oh, well, I do. Yeah, dang it. Frick. Alright, surprisingly, they're not that expensive, weirdly enough. Hold on, let me just, Oh, even better. Alright, cool. Alright. I thought of a new one. I'm not gonna say exactly what it is, but oh, thank you very much, Dr. Wheelo. Also, it made me realize how close One Wing Angel. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Is like I could have sworn they sounded almost similar. Oh, where is it? Alrighty. Just for safety, I guess. I don't care. Let's just speed it up. Boom, sure. There you go. There you go. Got that settled. Alright, anyways, what song is that? Oh yeah, it was the Dancing Mad cover. It's from Final Fantasy VI. It's actually a pretty good cover, I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, if you want to donate, you don't have to. I only added that in just because Tortoise, the Mad Lad, already destroyed the donation goal for the today. Oy. Actually, yeah, I was gonna say, hold on. Shoot, what the frick? Yeah, sorry. I can just post the link to the live stream. There you go. There you go. There you go. Yeah, so thanks to him, I can now speed up the Canon project a little bit, so that's going to be easier for me. And it doesn't have to be with Super Chat. It can be anything. Bits or whatever. yeah, I'll be streaming just a little bit longer, but otherwise, I had a nice stream. And to be fair, it's been a hot minute since I since I've streamed with y'all. It was a very fun just to chillax after doing, because I was generally like hyped up to finally finish these projects and just get them out and, you know, take a break for a minute. In the middle of summer, yeah. 4 hours, yeah, they have plenty of material to work with now. And hey, I'm just saying, I don't need a bunch of yes men on my side. If there's anyone that disagrees with my opinions, I'd be totally down to discuss with them. It's just that I'm being honest when I say that a lot of the counter arguments I've heard before countless times, and to be fair, some of them are coming in with bad faith when it's like, hey, I also want to come to a, you know, middle ground consensus. It's just that if you're only just here to validate scholars' opinions, I don't really care. Like, sure, I can disagree with him, but I don't really hate the guy. And the same goes for Zeta. I don't really care. If he wants to go on, continue believing his weird GT scaling, fine, but I sure as heck ain't gonna validate that. Screw that. Yeah, I refuse to. I really do not wish to do that, you know what I'm saying? Oh snap, okay. That's actually pretty cool. Heck yeah. Awesome. Heck yeah. That actually solved my problems. Alright, cool. Maria. Oh gosh, a Buu scaling video? Yeah. Oh, thank you. What's your favorite game you have played? Ooh. I mean, Dragon Ball Evolution for the PSP was a great game. Superman 64 was also top 10. Atari for the ET for the 2600 was also peak. Sonic 06 is pretty up there, ain't gonna lie. Overwatch 2, I say was probably one of my favorites. Oh, I love this remix, bro. Yeah. Bro, I'm telling you, it's gonna be... Yeah, honestly, okay, actually, you know what? There was one time where I was this close to doing a Buu-related video. It was supposed to be, like, bringing something back from what I did a while ago. But then I was like, well, it felt a bit forced. It felt a bit wrong. And I don't know, I just felt like it felt too rushed. I felt like it wasn't exactly how I wanted it to be. So I just held it off. So that's why I decided not to do it. I was this close to doing a Buu-related video, but I didn't. So I'm sure in the future I will, but nah. I mean, how many times have we talked about Frieza, Cell, Buu, etc.? I mean, not to say I can talk about him, but, you know, I'm just saying that if y'all want me to start beef with people, that's probably not going to end well at this rate. Yeah, I think one thing I'm definitely looking forward to is the fact I'm going to add variety. I'm going to add variety to my channel because as much as I love Dragon Ball, I know I got to talk about other things and just give myself more exposure to other series because, I mean, I got to have fun in some other ways too. And there are other series where I'm just like, ooh, I'm looking forward to looking more into what they can do, what is the lore and stuff. Especially, like, for example, Pokemon. Oh my gosh, I grew up with Pokemon for so long. You cannot tell. I cannot lie to myself and be like, I'm not that interested. Nah, I gotta know more in depth about the world of Pokemon. Because, I mean, to be fair, I'm not surprised. But, I mean, what with people not knowing how to read, of course, people are not gonna really be aware of the lore or the narrative or the subtleties of the world building or just overall structure of the story within their own supposed favorite franchise. So it is kind of funny that I just come in and be like, hey, I'm just a nobody and here's this video that happens to teach you more than what you yourself did know about the series. And I think that's the other thing that's funny is that I never really considered it, but yeah, even in my power scaling videos, I do bring up the narrative quite a bit to show them that, hey, it's not just a self-contained feat. I have to bring up context as to how we got here. So I am also like kind of just telling people, hey, because you don't know how to read, I have to hold your hand and explain the plot and basic details. And then tell you how we got to these conclusions. Power scale. I know for a fact Pokemon. 100% Pokemon. Kirby eventually. Although I'm not sure if this is going to be a one and done deal. Like maybe I can also do like Meta Knight. But I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I know I want to do Mortal Kombat. It's just that I think the problem with Mortal Kombat is not necessarily the lack of feats, is more so the lack of presentation. I think Mortal Kombat is more so narrative driven than actual, like, you know, feats driven. So it's going to be interesting how I would handle that. But yeah. Learning the lore for the sake of narrative or learning the lore for the sake of power scaling? Ooh. Well, no, I think for the sake of the narrative, it's probably more complex in the grand scheme of things. What's another? Oh, actually. Yeah, I want to hear this one. Heck yeah. You know what I want to do? You know what? Thanks to this song, I'm also curious as to how I would do a Donkey Kong power scaling video. Well, based on the banana size of his pile, Donkey Kong is about 16 gigajillion bananas, which is equivalent to blowing up outer verses. It's like, I do not know how I would go about that, but that would be pretty funny. Oh yeah, I was gonna explain why. The reason why is because normally for power scaling it's like self-contained, where it's like, okay, here's the fight between the character A and character B, or, you know, skill versus skill. But for the sake of a narrative, it's like, okay, well, there's like layers of it. It's like the characters' emotions, the characters' weaknesses, their flaws, their opinions. You have to understand their motives, what is their fears, their interests and stuff. How they're affecting other people around them, they're affecting the world, what their actions affecting, you know, the rest of the plots, or what if not taking a specific action could have done something else in the plots, the symbolism, the motifs. Like, there's a lot of small aspects that could affect the narrative depending on the story, you know, how it was executed. But then in power scaling, more often than not, it's kind of self-contained to that one aspect. Because, and in fact, that's another thing, is that a lot of stories don't rely on power scaling. A lot of, like, you know, shonen stories, no duh, because they're battle-driven. But, you know, you don't really power scale a comedy series or a romance story, you know what I'm saying? So, you can't rely on power scaling to somehow understand the plot of a, you know, love drama, you know? Yeah, obviously, power scaling is just nothing more but another way to extrapolate or contextualize what is the plot, but it's not really reliable if the plot itself is not really power-based or, you know, versus matchups and stuff. And that's kind of the reason why I'm also a bit hesitant to do any anything else beyond the scope of Dragon Ball. Not because I don't want to, because I do eventually. I mean, it's my channel, I can do whatever I want, but, you know, because with Dragon Ball, I grew up with it, so naturally I have a great idea as to, you know, what I want to say, how I'm going to say it, and because, you know, I'm well exposed to it. But, you know, when you have a series that's been running for 50 years and I'm a complete nobody who's never read a single book, movie, or played a game of that series, naturally I'm going to hope I can pick up some of those nuance that could influence the scaling aspect of the story. So, yeah. Oh gosh, I needed that. Whew. Man. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, even like, for example, Mega Man. Mega Man I definitely want to do, because I think it was the anniversary collection. I was like, you know what, I want to play this for once in my life, because I never, you know, had an NES, or I did had an SNES, but I don't think I had a copy of Mega Man. But I don't know, something about Mega Man, I was like, you know what, no, I love robots. I think some of the designs are cool. I think the world building is alright. I think I'd be into this type of story. But, you know, you don't really say Mega Man as like this power-esque like series, so naturally it's not probably worth people's time to look into it, or it's not that popular to, you know, power scale it. But that doesn't mean it can't be power scaled. At the same time, though, because of it not being such a, you know, particular style of presentation via power scaling, it's going to be hard to convince people that they reach a certain thresholds of power, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know, you see Goku facing these literal universal threats, and you say, oh yeah, Goku's universal. Most viewers will be like, yeah, I agree with that. I understand where he got that conclusion, right? Because of how it's presented. But you see this, you know, super fighting robot, and then he's like, oh, this guy that mostly destroys a wall, you're really going to tell me he can be planet level? Like, come on now. It's like, yes, unfortunately. I'm going to have to prove it, even if you disagree, but yes, there are ways to argue that, even if you think that isn't the case. So that's why I like to say that's probably another reason why people are a bit about, you know, scaling things like that. But what if romance characters that can throw hands? Oh, well, then you can power scale if you want. I don't know, it just seems like you're a bit biased for Zero, but I don't know. I'll be convinced another time. But that's just one example, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I know for a fact in terms of games, I want to do Pokemon. Mega Man, sure. Mortal Kombat, I'll see how I'll do it. Maybe it could be narrative based rather than power scaling based. If Adriel can identify this cover, he gets a cookie, a digital cookie. What other series? Oh, I already said Kirby. Yeah, anything that's in the Smash Brothers roster, consider that as a possible frame of reference as to what I'm more than likely gonna do for the future if I'm ever tired or out of ideas regarding power scaling Dragon Ball. And to be fair, it's probably not the fact that these series aren't popular, it's rather applying power scaling topic onto a popular series that people will feel a bit closed out of, because you normally don't put one series with another topic, depending on the series, of course, but you know, I'm sure there can indeed be an audience of people who are interested to know how strong these characters are, even if they're not that focused within their own franchise on it. Heck yeah. But I mean, hey, if y'all got suggestions or even willing to be invested to see me do a specific series to power scale, I'd be totally down for it, because why not? There are some where I'm just like, no, I'm not gonna do that. That's beyond my pay grade. Again, great examples like, you know, Naruto or Bleach, where I'm just like, I don't know, Chief. But, who knows? It would be interesting, though, to see how would that even fare out for me. Like, imagine me doing, like, how strong is Kakazu, how strong is Orochimaru. And, I guess maybe because of my style where I just do a bunch of composite scaling, it's like, oh, no, I'm doing everything. How strong is Orochimaru in the games and the guidebooks and everything? It's like, oh, man. Bro, I bet you the Naruto fans will hate me. It's like, oh, this guy used video games? Oh, get this guy out of here. It's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, I don't know. Maybe. Man, that would be interesting to see, but I don't know. Yeah, because I forgot that Naruto does have quite a bit of games. So does Bleach, but Bleach has a lot of non-translated things. Naruto has less to deal with that, but that would still be a pain for me to go through. I was like, oh great, I have to go through 20 games of Naruto and see if there's anything exclusive. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, man. Oh, Shin Megami Tensei. Yeah, that's another great example of, like, a game series I want to power scale, but because of how complex that series is. We're not just talking about the narrative. We're talking about the lore. We're talking about the author's intentions. We're talking about the symbolism. It's like, oh, there's just so much, like, layers of actual applications. Because, like, for example, in Dragon Ball, you say, okay, how strong is Goku's Super Saiyan form? It's like, okay, well, here's the guidebooks, here's the feats of him fighting Frieza, and then you just call it a day, right? You can then easily come to the conclusion that this form is this strong, Goku's this level, boom. And, you know, right? But then with, say, Persona or any other game like the, oh, shoot, what was the other game? Devil... Oh, shoot, I already had it. But you get what I'm saying. It's like, oh, well, you know, your protag, he summons this specific being, and this being is based on a god, and this god did this thing and this other thing, and then the authors agree that this interpretation is not figurative, it's very literal, with the genuine real-life reference of this god, and then on top of that, the player influences this god to fight this other god, who's also like 3 layers of symbolism wrapped into one that the authors themselves also validate. And then in some other spin-off series that has nothing to do with the original game, is using the exact same enemy, which is then recontextualized again for a different purpose, and is just as broken, but even more so because of another form of application towards their concepts. And then I had to still be like, yeah, I think they're kind of strong. It's like, it's like, yeah, thanks, numbers. Yeah, great. Thanks for spelling out the obvious, you know what I'm saying? Like, if y'all thought I was gonna struggle as is with, say, if I were to do JoJo scaling, bruh, don't get me started with, like, Shin Megami Tensei scaling, Final Fantasy scaling. Oh my, just smash my head on the wall type of, like, it's like imagine, you might as well just say, hey, numbers, can you just unlimited void yourself and then try to make a video that kind of makes sense, and I'll just be like, oh yeah, sure, why not? Yeah, let me just unlimited void infinite source of information for a franchise running for like 50 years, and then try to summarize all that information in like 20-minute video, and try not to lose the plot for the audience. It's like, yeah, great, good luck doing that, numbers. It's like, yeah. Nah, it would be the platonic brick wall. Oh yeah, and it's even worse. Yeah, I forgot Nasu versus like a great example. It's like, it's even worse when it's like you had to jump from one game to another, but then you also had to jump from game to anime to some Japanese only exclusive CDs that are canonical, to some random freaking radio show that was only broadcasted one time, and you pray that it's been archived properly, that you can use officially on a video, and then go back to some random magazine that was promoting some crossover, nonsensical, canonical meta scaling, and then finally circle it back to the original story and hope that the audience is like, yeah, I agree. Yeah, good luck trying to convince anyone with that type of like meta, connections. And I think that's the reason why I started doing that style for my videos, is because I get that it's kind of easier to do that with, just watch the movies and then call it a day. But because every franchise nowadays just wants to become a franchise, you know, before it was just, oh, you just play the 3 games, you're done. That's all you need to do. You watch the 3 movies, that's all you got to do. You're done with your homework. Now everything wants to be a franchise. Now everything needs to be important because the author themselves admit that you have to know everything to truly understand the narrative. And it's like, oh, great. Now I have to include everything before, and if I don't, then people are like, oh, you clearly don't know how to power scale. It's like, yeah, all right. Yeah. But I mean, hey, I'm just glad I'm able to at least try to put that effort in, you know what I'm saying? Most people don't even bother to put the bare minimum, you know what I'm saying? But yeah. Anyways, yeah, I think we're done for the day. I could go on a little bit longer, but I'm already getting close to heading to bed as well, so. And plus, 4-hour stream, I think that's new record for me. And to be fair, I think I've done more than enough for the day. But yeah, again, I just wanted to live stream because I wanted to see you guys. It's been, 8 months since my last sets of videos, so it was a great way to finally get back doing videos, live streaming. It was also fun just to hang out and chill. And to be fair, it's a nice way for me to vent as well, just how things are nowadays. Because, I understand that people are mainly here for Dragon Ball content, but, just give me time and eventually I'll just make the biggest hot takes for every franchise. You know what I'm saying? His energy. Yeah, probably. I don't know. But then again, that's most of his videos. Yeah, I bet. Oh my gosh, I bet you, bro. I'm not sure how long he's been doing his videos, but I'm telling you, I don't think he's really improved. I don't think he's really improved in terms of overall presentation. Yeah. Well, either way, guys, thank you very much for showing up. I appreciate the support. Thank you very much for all the love and appreciation for the new sets of videos. I was generally curious as to how well they were going to do, but glad to see people had fun with it. Again, like I said, I'm looking forward to doing the Pikkon video. It's going to be so fun. It's going to be really, really fun to do. It's been a hot minute since I had fun doing a video, so that's going to be very, very interesting. And I think it'll definitely be great that he'll be given the limelight for once. So look forward to that, as well as my 3 other video projects that will be coming out one after another. I'm not going to promise a due date, obviously, but I like to believe from what I've been doing in terms of progress, they shouldn't really be doing, it really shouldn't be taking that long. And plus, this time I have no excuse. There's literally nothing personal life-wise that's gonna really affect my workflow this time, so I'm definitely looking forward to it. I'm very excited. Oh my gosh, I'm telling you, I feel like it's gonna be like a new era for me to finally get these videos out, so oh man, looking forward to more content. That's gonna be fun for me. Alright, but yeah, anyways, thank you very much, everybody. Have a great day out there. Take care of yourselves. Eat, sleep, drink well, work well. And yeah, that's about it. See y'all, everybody. Take care. Have fun out there. Bye-bye. When it comes out, comes out. And I'll complain about your logic when it releases. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Alright then. Take care, everybody. Have fun. Bye-bye.